Hello, lace people. Today we are expecting to finish this triangle, but I have come up with a problem, which is that I printed out a test square and I've made some bobbins, but when I printed out the test square, I printed it out too big. Oh, that's why. I told it to print out what I thought was the right size and ignored me. It printed it at a different size. Well, that explains a lot. Let me rescue my printer again, because I put it away, because I didn't notice. I thought it looked a little big, but... I thought it looked a little big, but it was, you know, maybe it was my imagination. You know, all of those kind of things that go through your head. And, well, apparently I was right. Because, well, it's too big. And now, of course, I'm doubting the size of grid that I had anyway. Oh, this is not what we needed first thing in the morning. It really isn't. So, let me open option 1. There we go. Then print. That says 2.5. Right, file. No, I didn't mean to print that. I never said print it. I never actually said print that. Well, it's turned off at the moment, so it's not so bad. I said open that, and I want my mini test, and I want to print that, and I need to... You have got to be shitting me. It says the same size, but that's not what it printed as. Okay, let's go back here. And I know you can't see this, you're not missing out, I promise you. Change that to 2.5. And diagonal, yes. And file and print. And it still says 1/10 of an inch, which is not what I asked for. I want 5mm diagonal. There, that's better. So although it said it was going to do a grid size of 2.5, it actually decided that screw it, it was going to do 1/10 of an inch anyway, which obviously is bigger than that. And so that's what it did. Now I need to check whether it did actually try printing that or not. I don't, because I don't want to put it in for it to print it again. So turn that on, reopen the front, open the top. The other problem I have with this printer is it's a bit funny about paper. When I say it's a bit funny about paper, I mean it's really fussy about paper. And it will not take paper because it feels not taking paper is a thing. Right. Let's print that then. On the only printer I've got, so you don't need to ask me. We have a fight over the paper. Oh no, I actually took it. Like me. And it has printed it. Excellent. Now we put everything away. I'm not going to laminate this one because it's not worth it. Right. Put this out of the way. In my way. Right. Let me show you what I have been doing. So, as you know, we are nearing the bottom of our triangle, And I have made, can't see it too well, but if I zoom in, you probably can. There it is. You can see I've made a little test square. So we've got the ground stitch, we've got the cloth stitch, and we've got a couple of rows ground in the middle. So that we can practice the new bind off. Oh, my pinch is disconnected. Well, that's because I disconnected it, darling. Yes, I know. What a shocker. Absolutely terrible. So, this is for later, because I am really confident we're going to get to it later. So, let's do just that. Let's see if we can get to that. So, sort out my pin box. Try and dig out the two bobbly pins, the big pins, thing, the other thing, pile of pins. Rory, if you got off, my friend, it was purely your choice. So, we are here. This is all good. We have these. These are the active ones here. I'll pull up my sleeves a bit because they're feeling annoying. Right. Now we need this bit. So, chaotic start, I know. But there was me, all trying to be organised, and I'd done stuff this morning. On the quiet, obviously. And, well, we get to the end, and it's not right, which is not what we need. And there's my co-worker, who is off again. Whatever. Right. It's not an interesting conversation I need to be part of. So let's move you out of the way for the moment. Continue with these. So yes, happy Friday, everybody. And as you can see, little Miss Avatar is back in working order after yesterday. She did, of course, work immediately I restarted OBS, so thanks for that. Clearly a bug, which of course have duly not yet reported, but I will do. But then, of course, is it a bug with OBS? Is it a bug with the filter? Is it a bug with some plugin that I've got, which shouldn't be at that point, but maybe it is? I'm pretty sure the filter is a built-in one, so yeah. You done? You can go out the way. So yes, joyous, happy Friday. Dogs have gone all excited again. Where is the hole? There it is. The holes should be in the middle of the little black dot. You'd think it'd be really easy to find the holes because I can see the little black dot. But the tiny end of the stupid thin pin is not conducive to finding a stupid tiny hole in the middle of a black dot, apparently. This is an art form in its own right. So yes, the weekend is here for me, and hopefully for you if you're watching this. If not, my commiserations, but hopefully I can make your time towards the weekend better. You can laugh at me making stupid mistakes and getting wound up by tiny little bobbins and pins. I also got a new thing, which I have covered up, I think. Yes, there it is. So, I have a Lazy Susan, not the kind that goes in the middle of a table at a Chinese restaurant. A Lazy Susan. There's also a thing called a Lazy Kate, but that's for spinners that holds your bobbins. I have a Lazy Susan, which in effect is a bent needle on a stick, right? Because it is a bent needle on a stick. Now, bent needle on a stick that I've got, which is this one, for example, is, let's untangle it, is exactly that. If I hold it against me, you can see that it's kind of, you probably can't really tell for the thread, but it's straight with an angle at the top and then the thread comes out. This is great in some ways because, well, it's straight. This one is more like the end of a fishing hook, she says. Noticing it's not on mine. There it is. This one's more like the bottom of a fishing hook and it's round. I am wondering whether this will be helpful. It may. It may not. We shall find out. Oh, is my thing really that far off centre? There we go. So yes, we shall find out later. Hopefully. Now, of course, the other problem with the test square we've got is how long will it take me to make the test square? Because although I've made it kind of as small as I could, i.e. I put in the rose ground, because it's not even going to be this big, with a square around it, and then some ground stitch to make it kind of square, rather than a diamond. Other than that, couldn't really make it a lot smaller, but it's still 15 pairs of bobbins. Now 15 pairs of bobbins for scale is this bit here. So that's 15, or at least, well, definitely that's 15, I know this is 15. So this is 15 pairs of bobbins. So it should be kind of this sort of size. So it should be pretty small. Well, it is pretty small. I mean, look at it. It is pretty small. Because obviously, for example, she says, looking for a pen. This is the middle. Here. She's putting a big dot in the middle. That's the middle. And then obviously you've got the triangular lines. She says, looking for something straight to draw with. And finding herself bereft of anything with a straight line on it. Hang on, let me draw some straight lines on it. So, they're only approximate straight lines after all. So, let's put that there. Right. And, because I didn't bother to make them as part of the diagram this time, so let's make it as obvious. There we go. So, as you can see, the triangles on that are tiny. It is really not a lot of a square, to be honest. So it should be quite easy and quick. Let me show you a better close-up of that without actually zooming the camera. So as you can see from that, it's quite tiny, and so in theory should pass quite quickly. That is my hope. Now, of course, as we all know, hopes and dreams are a glorious thing, and I will most likely screw it up somehow, because, well, that's a thing. And I've just undone this knot. Well done, Kimber. But the idea is that when we get to the end of this triangle today, because I'm confident we can do that today, we can then make our little test square in fairly record time and test the binding sewing thing that I was suggested. Now, when I say that it's really not that revolutionary, it was just more a case of how they fed, she says pinging a pin across the floor, how they fed the ends back through their work and claimed that it didn't really show. And I'm I'm frankly very sceptical, because these are tiny threads and there isn't really anywhere for them to hide. So I'm convinced it's going to make a chubby bit. And the question is, what's worse? Bunny ears on the back or chubby bit? And, well, we need to decide, because, well, we can change here and now, because we've only done one square, and one square can go in the corner and you won't really notice. So that's fine. But obviously for the more middle ones, you want the least viewable option, because, well, you'll see them more because they're in the middle. And obviously they will form a bit of a line across the work. So you kind of don't want that, and you can't really not have that. Well, you can, because you can offset them, but they'll still form a pattern. And of course, by forming a pattern, your eyes will be drawn to them, no matter what you do. So I do kind of want it to be as invisible as I can get. Plus, if by sewing the ends in, I don't have to glue it, this also adds to the lack of detriment to the front. When you're with it in person, as obviously I am and will be in its future life, the glue is vaguely, when you know what to look for, visible. It's like some of the mistakes. If you don't know what they are, you probably won't even notice them, and even when shown them, kind of go, yeah, I don't really see it. I mean, I had this with weaving. There would be a pattern in it. Let's say it would make diamond shapes. And obviously with diamond shapes, you kind of make a zigzag one way and a zigzag the other, and it forms diamonds, right? Well, you can screw it up quite easily by doing the same zigzag twice. And, you know, obviously this constitutes making a mistake. And I made a load, and I showed some people, and they said, I don't see it. Well, there's a zigzag line between two lots of diamonds. I don't see it. So I pointed at it. Yeah, I can't see it. It's on the end of my finger, dude. I mean, it's in neon colour on a black background. It's not like it's a subtle thing here. It kind of stands out. Now, obviously, to me as the maker, knowing that it's wrong is one thing. Now, if I'd done it a bit more often, you could claim it was a design feature, right? So if I'd done it like every 4 diamonds or something, it becomes a feature. But it was not. And it was just a one-off, singular, dumb, for want of no better word for it, mistake. So from that point of view, bear in mind it was on a scarf, it did kind of stand out a bit. So you do find yourself going, what do you mean you can't see that? I'm sure you're being polite and trying to be nice, and can you not? Because I'm telling you it's wrong. I'm telling you that it's bad, and I've just seen a mistake, I think. Because if you look, these two don't come from the same pin. This comes from all the way back there. We've used a wrong bobbin, my friends, because it was in the wrong pack, to be forthright with it. So we need to go through, we need to play, why are these bobbins not where I thought they'd be? So you and you were a friend. You and you were a friend. Get out of there. You and you were a friend, which makes you and you a friend. They're all now sorted, but you two are not. We need to undo these 5. Never mind. There are worse things to do in life than to go backwards. We've done this before, after all. And this is when things don't undo the way you thought. It's because I need to undo you first, of course, that'll be why. Take you out. Something is not right here. Why is it I always seem to have wrong bobbins somewhere? It is in part because some of the bobbins don't sit naturally in the right place when you do it, and so this is where some of the mistakes come in, because when you're undoing it because you made another mistake, you introduce mistakes because the bobbin itself doesn't lie where it should. So you two are there. You two are there. So, for example, if you look here, this one seems really out of place, and it makes it, and then this one seems to come from over there, and it makes it very difficult to undo this stitch because the bobbins don't always look to be from where they should be, if you see what I mean. So, you're crossed, you're not crossed, but you are together. You are crossed, so I'm confident you're alright. Okay, let's keep you for the moment. And then, you see, look, this one comes from all the way over there, and that doesn't feel right. Just 'cause I could pull that pin out. It just doesn't always seem to work quite right. So, cross, twist, and pin. Now we cross and twist, and then we sort out that you are actually the pair of bobbins. Right, let's do this again. Oh look, I'm hot now. Thanks for that. I swear it's because my brain thought. My brain thinks, the rest of me overheats. It's like it can't regulate its temperature because it's too busy thinking. Sorry, task not responding, you know. Let's drink some Coke and try and cool down. And what were you doing, Mr. Paws? Doesn't look right. No, it is. It is. To stick some of those sticky sticks, really, shouldn't I? This cloth is just inching its way forward. Let me stab it back down here so it's a bit more out of the way, because it's covering up my view of the holes. You can probably see them better than I can, to be honest, because you're a bit more above it. But it was hiding in just kind of like the little puffy uppity bit of the... Right, so you are out. We can stick some of you. 1, 2, 3, 4. We shall stick you because we're done with you. Pinky around there, out the way. Making a bit more space. We like space. It's in and out. All you do. And you can go out the way. Try and keep you too much from being involved with everybody else. Right. You now go out the way, because we don't need you just yet. You we do need. And you. So today we need to work through this pile of bobbins. These are our done with bobbins. These are our active bobbins. It is a slow but predictable path. So you are already out for the moment. Over there. 4. Now, I'm going to check that I pushed all those bobbins, those pins in down there, and I'm going to yank some of these out, because A, we like to see our triangle and our work of joy and any mistakes that we made along the way, but also gives me a bigger pile of pins to pick from, and the more pins there are in the pot, the easier it is to get one. So let's yank some of these out for now. We won't go too far down the yanking process, but we will uncover this bit because we can. And look in here and see. Doesn't look like any major mistakes have been made there either. This is definitely looking one of our most successfully done bobbins, our triangles so far. So this is a good thing. Is it 7 where China's a lucky number, or is 7 death in China? I can't remember. Actually, before I do that, let's wiggle you out the way and then do 1, 2, 3. It should be you. 4. Come on, just pick up a single pin, woman. Do I stick you, knowing that I'm literally going to unstick you in a handful of bobbins time? No, I'm going to let you be. I'm going to be nice because we're definitely getting there today. So let's not make extra work for ourselves. Don't need to be doing that. So let's not. Wrong hole. I've done too many twists. Yep, that's better. You're out. Corner. You're out. This corner. And if I don't have the right bobbins when I get to the end, I'm going to scream and act like a small child. You're out. And we have the right number of bobbins, so you can all relax. This goes in here like this. You are done. So you three are done. You now go around this corner like this, because we'll pick you up later. later. All of you. Come on. Out. 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 It's worse than dogs. Right. It is a lot of bobbins to be had. But if we continue our working down the right hand side, we will have the least amount of bobbins live possible. So if I put you back in there and take out you two, and it's not you two, unless you have gone, you are, no you're not, it's you two, you can go back in, you can go back over there out the way, cross, twist, cross, twist. And the same applies to you. Cross, twist, cross, twist. Rosy ground. I think my deepest wish of torsion is that the general ground stitch, this stuff here, did not require so many pins. If it didn't require so many pins, it would be a much more glorious thing to work, because you seem to spend 90% of your time poking with pins. So I would be, I mean, for the rose ground I get it, because you've got to try and hold the corners still while you haven't formed all the bits that give it a bit of structure. So I don't begrudge it its pins, because it is a kind of needable thing. Amy, I hear you. For animals who have an amazing sense of smell and a really good sense of hearing, they are amazingly done. You drop something on the floor and you point at it and they look at you going, what? Well, there's this like half a steak on the floor and I'm pointing at it and you can't tell that there's half a steak on the floor, apparently. So although you've got a great sense of smell, apparently you can't smell that there's food on the floor and that I have waived my right to it. Similarly, they're making up their load of racket and they don't think you can hear them. Dogs within 1,000 miles can probably hear you, love. What makes you think I can't hear you? I am getting backache though. It's not what we need. So. You're not helping my little man. You're not. Pinning my right arm down is not. It's not going to help. I'm shit at finding pinholes, so doing it with my left hand is really not the ideal answer to this, is it? No. I don't mind picking up pins with that. I'm getting quite good at that. But there's a hole. I think it's through the string. It's through the string. Get off my arm, dog. There we go. Sorry for hitting the camera. That actually quite hurt. My finger hurts now. Never mind. Stupid dog. I'd be surprised if in the next video I've got a big bruise about here on my finger, because you can see, it doesn't really show up on there, but it is slightly paler than all the rest, where I whacked it. I think I whacked it on the light, not the camera, but it amounts to the same thing. Which is why you have moved. There you go. It's a bit back, more back to normal. Right. So. I can show you how I've done with my cross stitch thing as well. I have been busy, you know. I may do the cross stitch thing when I'm waiting for the videos to upload, which, depending on how long I've streamed, is a varying amount of time. And with my dog crap internet, it can take quite a while for it to upload. And nice misters. Hello, Sky Master. Welcome. Nice of you to come. Welcome to the channel. Yes, thank you. I may have to turn you off, Owned 3D, because I did not ask you to do that. That was not what I said. I did not agree for you to be butting in and doing things. I looked at you, but I did not agree for you to be doing anything about it. You did not tell me you had set things up, so I may be turning you off again in a minute. I wondered what in 3D was. So yes, thank you for coming, Sky Master. Welcome to the chaos that is Liz trying to make a net curtain with bobbin lace. With two dogs who really are pushing my patience this week. I'm currently a little bit stressed due to outside influences, and I didn't realise how much I was until streaming a little while ago, when all I did was make more and more mistakes, and the more I tried to fix it, the more mistakes I made. And I realised then that I was definitely more stressed than I'd given myself credit. Come on, can't pinch your spot. Come on. I have to hold this still, otherwise your cat holds it everywhere. Right. But this week the dogs, especially Rory, who aptly named is a bit of a nurse, has been overly attentive this week, which is nice. But like anything, it can be a bit much. So I love my dogs dearly. I truly do. But right now, please bugger off and leave me alone. I'm busy and I do not need dog assistance. I am quite capable of screwing this up all by myself. I do not need assistance for that. So, if you stick around, we have lots of plans for today. So, as you can see, I am stonking down this bit of triangle. Well, as much as you can stonk with a piece of lace. And when I get to the end of this triangle, I have a plan, which is the previous square, which can be demonstrated as, hang on, we have square of success so far. The square of success is a great and glorious thing. This is fine. We just need to make 17 more of them, and which we're in the process of doing. And we've made 3 triangles. Well, we're on the 3rd triangle of this square, as indicated in the top right-hand corner. They are slightly repetitive, so don't get me wrong. My brain cells have already expressed a concern that the repetition could get a little bit much for them. Although they're quite good with repetition, as a whole, I am quite capable of fairly repetitious tasks, and not losing concentration, but at the same time, due to the lack of speed that these occur, I do have slight concerns. And why are you coughing, dog? I do have slight concerns of the concentration levels and the didn't we just do that? So, but in finishing square number 1, other than the small myriad of minor mistakes that I made, which are a great disappointment because, of course, we tried to make it right, but apparently we did not. Now the mistakes are small, and to be honest, if I let you look at that picture, you'd probably not find all of them. You might find a few if you looked really, really hard and had a few clues what counts, right? But, you know, being human, I do make mistakes, and I'm not trying not to beat myself up about it. But one of the things that I am slightly less good at, I would say I'm satisfactorily okay with the making. Well, the first square took 58 hours. So just you can understand why my brain is slightly concerned that in making 18 of these bloody things, that it could become a bit of an issue. Because, well, that's 1,000 hours of basically doing the same shit. And we all know that, well, you start wandering off and, you know, making up movies in your head and thinking about what you're going to eat for tea, and then you make lots of mistakes. Now, there are mistakes and there are mistakes. So, for example, when changing between some of the stitches, you have to make a twist. If you forget, the world will not end, but it does show. And this is the common mistake. Another mistake I keep making is round about here, and I don't entirely know what the mistake is, but somehow I think I miss a bit, and it ends up looking a bit wonky, and I've done it a couple of times now, and in almost exactly the same spot, which suggests I'm stupid. But I've obviously got quite a lot of this to go, and so I want it to look as best I can, because, well, we all want that in life. You know, if you're spending this much time making it, you don't want it to look like cat bath when you've finished. So the one thing that I do suck at, as I say, the general making portion, I'm satisfactorily okay with how I'm doing this. I mean, if I could do it 1,000 times faster, that would be great. But to be honest, the slowest part is pitting all the wretched pins in. No, this is part of the advantage of the fact that it doesn't need to be perfect. The reason it doesn't need to be perfect is because it's for my window upstairs. Where, frankly, only I will see it. I, of course, will take a picture of it and share it with everyone who cares to come and see. But the picture, not the viewing, obviously. You know, not all invited round for a cup of tea. So, because I'm an antisocial, and, well, that's not going to happen. But even those who visit my house will not generally see it, for it is upstairs, and there is no reason for visitors to go upstairs. So, as a generic whole, only I am going to sit. Therefore, a few mistakes are a lot more acceptable. And chances are I will walk past it and not even give it a second glance. So, there is... because it's at the top of the stairs. I do have a picture somewhere of the window. It's a really innocuous window. It's a picture of a frigging window. What did you expect? But it's a picture of a window. It's only a little window, so... depending on where you are in the world, here in the UK, I always think of our windows as sets of windows. So you've got, like, when you have a window, it's the opening area, right? So if we have 3 windows in a row, the 2 outward ones open, the middle one usually doesn't. That makes it 3 windows, right? So this is for 1 window. 1,000 hours for 1 window. My beloved co-worker who features in this stream quite a lot, because basically they constantly send me... You will indeed. I have nothing really to compare it to, except for the fact that currently, having seen square number 1, I am planning at this point in time to make 18 exactly the same and sew them together, so you can have a bit of an idea what it's going to look like. Now, I may, and there is still option to change my mind, have these pattern ones as the outside ones only, therefore the middle 4 can be plainer. I may or may not. We will wait till the final 4 before I decide truly make that decision, for Liz the indecisive is not very good at making decisions. It took long enough for me to decide the pattern, frankly. So from that point of view, yes, it's going to be a while. Months is quite likely. And I intend to stream the entire making, partly for my own edification, because my brain has a fascination of making really big things. So, for example, I should put it into perspective. Before I started making this, I made about 4 bookmarks. No, that's it. I'd made bookmarks. Well, they're tiny. So Liz the stupid then goes, well, if you can make that, you can make a bigger thing. Well, that's true. It is. It's not an untrue statement. But at the same time, it's a tad ambitious. And a bit of a commitment, to be honest. Now, this is not the first time my brain and I have had this kind of conversation. I have told this story before, but years and years ago, I bust my knee and had insomnia due to pain in knee, and I learnt to double knit. Double knitting is a great and glorious thing. Don't get me wrong, I really do love it as a technique. It solves a whole load of problems, and it is really, really cool. So I made a scarf. Great. What was the next thing I did? Make a king-size bedspread. While I was making the king-size bedspread, my brain went, well, if you use infinitely tiny threads, yes, brain, you could make a 3-panel window cover, because I don't tend to open the curtains in my bedroom, so you could basically block up the window with it. And my brain was going, and think how great it would be with the tiny, tiny stitches. Think of the detail. Yeah, brain, it would look phenomenal. And I'd be in a mental institution, because it works out as thousands of stitches for the short side, so that's working widthways. No. And I said no to that one. And my brain, frankly, sulked like nothing else, because it didn't get to make its curtain. So when I was trying to think what I would, because I am not a lace girl, I don't wear frills, I don't do flowers on my clothing, furniture, wallpaper, curtains or otherwise. Therefore, well, I don't really need lace. I do read books occasionally, on my Kindle, so I don't really need bookmarks. I don't want lace doilies, because screw lace doilies. So what could I make that I would use? And my brain went, curtain. And the problem was, brain was right. It was about the only thing I could think of, and I did give it more thought. Because I do feel that half my brain is not entirely my responsibility. It's like the angel and the devil on your shoulder kind of thing. The devil inside's going, yeah, do it, do it, do it, do it. So the evil brain cells in there had concocted the idea of doing this net curtain. And here I am. Because, as I say, it's the only thing I could think of that I would actually use. And now, of course, brain cells are now planning net curtain number 2, you understand, because that's what they do, and wanting to do it in one piece, not lots of little pieces. And if you look at how many bobbins I've got for this works out as one 5 1/4 inch square. Imagine how many you need to fill the 18 plus inch window. There are words for that, and half of them one starts with F and the other one ends with F. And I do get anxious. I do suffer from bobbin anxiety, which is piles of bobbins. They give me the heebie-jeebies because, well, they mate and tangle and do bad things, right? So from that point of view, I'm not overly keen. But I do have some thoughts on the matter. So brain cells are trying to concoct how I'm going to draw it, because I can't draw for toffee, I can't draw stick men. But there is a form of lace where basically you make a wiggly line with, like, you know, kind of like this many bobbins. So only this tiny portion. But you make a wiggly line. And if you wiggle the line around enough, you end up with a filled in thing. So that would be my plan, I think, for that. I have a pillow big enough now to do it upon. That was a good thing. So, but we need to finish this one. Now, obviously, this is going to take some time. And, well, yes. But I have planned that today, when we get to the end of this triangle, which is rapidly approaching, as I say, rapidly as lace can rapidly do anything, I have a plan, because when you join things together, one of the key things about making lace as a rule is there are no knots, right? That everything is just twisty, twisty, hardy ha, right? And a lot of prayer. And well, when you come to the end, you do knot them. You are supposed to knot them. But even though I do the same knot as everybody else, I do not have faith in the knot. Because I'm human, frankly. And, you know, no tiny little, tiny knot gives me security, especially for something that took this long. So, in my infinite wisdom, and I've done it before, so that's, you know, it's not like it was the first time I tried it. In my infinite wisdom, did the little knots and put the tiniest glob of glue on the knot to help stop the knot coming undone, and then trim the knot as you're supposed to. The problem with trimming the knot is what I call bunny ears. So if you think about it, if you make a knot and you've got two ends, well, they end up more like this, but you have like little bunny ears, because of course you can't trim them utterly flat with the knot, because then of course they go and undo, and now you have no actual thread to retie the knot, right? So I have glue and bunny ears on square number 1. Someone else has suggested that there is an alternative option to this. Now, as a knitter, crocheter, weaver even, I have my doubts. Their answer is, when you tie the knots, you use this magic contraption here called a lazy Susan. And what you do is you poke it through one of the pinholes, you pull back the bobbin, you kind of make a loop with it, so you make a bit of a kind of a hitch knot with it, and then you tie some knots so that they're strongly joined together. Great. Well, what they've said is once you've done the knots, put the ends through and through some of the other holes. Well, in my mind, because these threads are infinitely thin, you see, if you have a big bulky knitting yarn, you can stitch some ends through on the back because, well, it's on the back. You can even thread threads through the middle of other threads so that, well, it's kind of, you know, secure and you feel quite happy with it. Plus, of course, you change direction so that it can't just pull straight out. There isn't really a lot of scope to do that in terms of lace making because, well, it's 99% whole and not a lot. And the threads are really tiny, so you can't exactly spear through the middle of the thread unless you've got kind of some form of surgical equipment. And I fear that the whole weaving in the ends thing will be bulky and will probably look even worse than having bunny ends on the back side of it that, well, because it's only for me, I can ignore because it's on the outside of my house on the first floor, and well, if it's on the first floor, then, you know, it's not like someone's going to see it from the outside, so to it all, right? The knots and a bit of glue is, you know, quite frankly, perfectly acceptable. But I am keen to try it because obviously, you know, if it looks better, it looks better, and then we will go with it. Granny knot. Reef knot. I have... I naughty girl. Yeah, I have... So, for example, there is a weaver's knot, and I demonstrated this before. There is a thing called a weaver's knot, and I know exactly how to do a weaver's knot. But the weaver's knot doesn't seem to fundamentally work. She says, looking around, where's my string gone? I had string a minute ago. I had string this morning when I filled bobbins. What did I do with the thing with the... So, with the weaver's knot, you put 2 ends between your finger, you wrap... Yeah, with the weaver's knot, you have one that you lie down, one you lie across, you wrap it round, and then, sorry, the end's pointing that way, so the tail runs down your hand. You put one over it, you wrap it round, you then feed that one back through the hole, and pull. And 99.9% of the time, this is supposed to make a knot that will never come undone and that you can trim right down to the nanomillimeter from the edge of the knot. The weaver's knot has a couple of options, but if you've ever watched a video for tatting actually says that you do the windy bit, and then you have to kind of flip where the knot is, and I think that's the difference with the weaver's knot, because I tried to do it, and, well, basically, up yours is where I got with that. 99% of the time, it did not hold, and I've just spotted a piece of thread. So, let me extract piece of thread off irritating bobbin, because it's currently attached to a bobbin. Hang on. We don't need a huge amount of it, but we shall. Hang on. It's being awkward. Oh, I see why it's being awkward. It's all twisted. Come on, off you go. There we go. Right, let me do this, chop this off. Right, it's a bit twisty because it's been round a bobbin for like Christ knows how long. So I now have, let me get some of my darker cloths. Where's some darker cloths? Here is some darker cloth. This is not trimmed darker cloth, so bear with it. Right, so let's cover this over the top so you can see a bit better. So, with the weaver's knot, you have 2 ends and you want to join them together. So you put one there, and you take the annoyingly curly one because it's been round a bobbin. You wrap it round, you go over the top and under the bottom. I've got to get this right because it's been a while since I've done it. So you cross it, that's right, you cross it over so it's underneath, and then you go round over both of them, but you try, and you can see why this becomes annoying. So you go round over the top of both of them, then round again through the middle. This then needs to poke back but underneath this one, which has no point because, well, if it's underneath that, then why did you wrap it round it? And so you try and poke that down through over the top of one and under some of the others. And of course, because you're dealing with infinitely tiny threads, as weavers would be too, by the way, so don't think that this is worse because it's a lace thread. To be honest, I should weave with shit like this. So this one's now going off for a hike into the distance, and it's turned into a big pile of stinky mess. And I can't keep it on camera because I need to see what I'm doing, and hang on, let me try and straighten it out a bit. Because it's been a bit annoying because it's curly. Right, let's try this again. So, you put one side down in a cross format and you have bunny ears. You go round and then you're supposed to, already it's kind of wandered off. And this is why I can't do knots. This is why I hate knots. Because whatever you do, everyone else makes it look really simple. And the moment you try it, everything just fucks you off. So you wind all the way around. You're then supposed to wind all the way around again. But this one goes between this and the last one. But this last one isn't attached to anywhere. So what's the fucking point? And then you're supposed to pull. You'll get it in seconds because you're good with knots, but try it on a tiny ass piece of thread, not a decent bit of rope, because, well, that would be easier. I mean, it is easier with thicker thread, to be honest, but 9 times out of 10, when you come to the give it a pull section, it either completely undoes, and you sit there going, I just spent 30 seconds trying to wrap around my finger and pull the bit over the thing and poke the thing, and screw you. Just screw you. So, and it's almost like they forget to tell you a really important bit. It's almost like they tell you to wrap it the wrong way round or something. You know, that should have started on top, not underneath, but they didn't correct it. Except they all do the same shit. So, but occasionally it also works. So I do believe there is something in that kind of like you flip some of the twist when you pull it. But it doesn't mention that, and so if you kind of slide it all off, it fails. And occasionally it randomly works, and you're kind of going, well, why did that one work and not the other one? You know? Why? Why can't they all just work? Why can't it always be reliable? So, yeah. Good luck with that one, is all I'll say, Naughty Celt. By the way, a Naughty Celt does lots of knots. Naughty Celt is a god with ropes, so... Naughty Celt really is the person to assist with that. But the Weaver's Knot, as I say, there seems to be a couple of things called the Weaver's Knot, but some are definitely not quite what the others are. But you'd never do a Weaver's Knot at the end. Rubbish. You'd never do a Weaver's Knot at the end of this, though, because you don't have the thread room. You can't do it kind of and snug it up. It's not an and snug it up knot. It is a to join 2 threads together knot. But my reef knot's kind of the same. Oh, you just do like, you know, left over right and then left over right. Well, if I do that, the left one's gone round, the right one just pulls straight out. So that's a stupid idea. It used to be left over right and right over left, but then they change places sometimes. So, yeah, let's think about that one. Which is why I don't trust it. Because depending on what you do, sometimes they change places. Well, then that's not going to work, is it? And then, or if they do change places, then it might work. You know, I just don't have I'm just not designed for some of these things. Right. You can go over there. Right. Crossy cross, here's your cross. Don't need a pin yet, idiot. Right. Hey. So yes, hence I don't have a lot of faith in my knots because, well, I seem to be a complete idiot when it comes to knots. Now the worst thing is I used to do a lot of knots as a kid. In fact, I did a knotting badge as a Girl Guide. But of course, you demonstrate that you can tie. You don't demonstrate it that it's good. I'm sure you understand the difference. Just because it looks right doesn't mean it works now, does it? I'm going to pretend like I'd do any different, but I totally get it. Absolutely, totally get it. Absolutely. It's exactly the kind of crap I do. Oh, but you can't use it like this. It's a boring life like this. No, no, no. Yeah, you do that. That'll be cool. I'll look forward to that. But it is. I'm kind of the same, right? There is something about, if it's going to be your tool, you want to feel comfortable with it. You want to feel that it's ready for its journey. And especially if it's one you spent a decent amount of money on. And so, you know, so for example, this at £3, I'm really not, you know, not worried about what happens to that. But if I'd spent decent money on it, well, now you're talking, I need to be a little bit more, you know, almost gets a name and a date of birth and a right to, you know, mention in the will. It's kind of, yeah, it's... I do know what you mean, though. Oh, I like that. See, there he says, I'm hopeless, and then sends me the most beautiful pictures. Dude, you underestimate yourself. You really, really do. They look fantabulous. And as I said, I'd do exactly the same, to be honest. If you bought a decent life to do a decent job, well, you want it to be comfortable. You want it to be, you know, you want it to last. You want it to look right. Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, it's like the bobbins. As I said, these bobbins, I kind of want to sand these shanks down, these bits down, because they're fatter at this end than the other end. But then I know that the lacquer that's on them won't be there, and I'm worried it will make them more hideous. By the way, those new bobbins I bought, which you will see later, exactly the same. But they have a little divider in the middle to stop it wandering up too far. So when I was doing my winding earlier for the test square, which I hope to get to today, well, I'm fairly confident I can get to it today. I did find myself going, well, then why don't I just wind at the thin end? Because the thin end doesn't have... You see, I like that. It's recycled cord, but it means it's got history before it even starts, right? And it's got meaning, and it's... Yeah, it's... No, it's just... I'm one of these people who gets upset when, probably too much so, to be honest, when something breaks or in my words, dies. So when a tool dies or something, I can be really upset by it. This is partly due to being a bit wonky in the head, but it's already got a history because part of it already has a history, and so it's got a memory of the guy in the shop, right? Even though, you know, maybe he wasn't your best mate in the entire universe, and, you know, you don't go back 60 years sort of thing, but the truth of the matter is that bit of handle, that bit of cord round the handle, then has age beyond its years kind of thing, is because while the knife is new, part of it is not. Part of it has lived a life and has got stories. And, you know, it's like, oh, that life looks old. Well, actually, no, it's not. But, and then out comes the story of the dude in his shop, and you know, it means that it's far more meaningful than just the knife you bought off Amazon or wherever you got it from, you know, insert tool shop. And it's not just one now, it's unique. And more to the point, because it's got recycled and reused cord on it, and rather than just, you know, brand new rope you had on a bale somewhere, then it's got character already, and by the time you've made more things with it, it's got even more. Because of course, one thing that would soon be added to it if I owned something like that would be blood, because I'm incredibly good at stabbing myself with bins and things, and I'm forever making small. I swear, DNA evidence is littered around the place. So you know, there'd be a small amount of blood in it soon, and that would be unique. You know, it is. Don't sell yourself short. It's a really pretty handle as well, and I really like the fact that it's a handle with history before you even start. I like that. It's part of the reason I quite like second-hand tools. Is, well, if as long as they're fairly well worn, they were obviously well loved by somebody. Someone got great use out of it. It must be good enough at doing the job. Whereas obviously if you've got a brand new one, well, it's got no soul. It's got no core to it. It's just a cheap knockoff remake of some olden day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's one of a 600 billion identicals. It's not new and unique and special in any way. It's just yet another insert whatever. You know, it's like these bobbins. 99% of these bobbins, you know, if I showed you two, you wouldn't be able to pick them out if I gave you another pile of them and threw them in. You know, you wouldn't be able to find them because they're all the same. And it's the having the unique aspect of it is quite nice as well. So yeah, I love it, and I love how it looks, especially the fact that it's dark and gnarly. It is Tenchy Tench. We are expecting to complete Triangle today. And moreover, now more of you are here, I have printed it off a test square so that we can make a test square to test the join. When I printed it out, it did a bad thing, and the piece of software, I told it to print it out at 2.5mm a thing, and well, it didn't. It just didn't. And as a result, if you look on the other side, there is the bigger version, because when I said print it out at 2.5mm, it went, yeah, it left it as 1/10 of an inch. Well, clearly 1/10 of an inch is more than 2.5 centimetres, because 2.5 centimetres makes it this size. So, and I kind of printed it out and went, that looks bigger than I remember. Because bear in mind, I've been staring at these dots quite a bit. My brain goes, that looks bigger. And I'm going, you're right, it does look bigger, brain. You're not wrong. And even though I didn't notice the 1/10 straight, which of course is a bit of a giveaway, when I went on the screen to print it, it says 2.5mm diagonal, which is what it should be. It just hadn't updated itself. Stupid shit bit of software. That software has got more quirks and bugs in it than a quadri quirk, you know? It's just a really annoying piece of software. And clearly I have found yet another one. So, the problem is there's no point telling the people who write it, because it's, I am going to be really harsh on it in a way, but I'm not, considering it's 100 and something quid to buy it. So, as someone who writes software, not quite daily, but, you know, I've written random crap all my life, and professionally, I will say that for a piece of professional software, it's pretty shocking. Some of the things on it are just elementary school level stupidity. So, like the tab order on a box will be completely out of whack. Certain things act completely differently to standard UI conventions. But if you're going to have a printing box and say, I want to print it this big, it doesn't, you go into the setting where you set how big you want it to be. It doesn't remember where you were at. And in fact, if you're in... No. And when you go, if you're in the actual screen where you do the design, it doesn't tell you how big it is. And you go to the ruler and say, right, I want to change the spacing, and it defaults to normal. It doesn't remember the setting you had last time. Well, and if you print it out, it's not actually accurate either, because if you look in the screen, it will say, oh, this will measure between, you know, it shows the ruler at the top and it says, I don't know, this will be 15 centimetres. When you print it out, no, it's not. Well, then it's not right, is it? No, apparently it's not. But if you send any of these bugs in, she doesn't fix them. She goes, oh, well, I tried to explain it to my software person and we agreed we didn't understand. Well, when you tab through this, it leaps between this and this and this and this. That's, you know, not a normal order. Oh, I don't understand. I'm only a... Pass. Don't know actual knot for it. Only know that know it as weaver's knot. Sorry, I'd have to look up sheet bend, and now is not the best time to be doing that. Let me see if I can find a visual how to do it, not a video on how to do it. Hang on. Oh, there's an ad break. Hang on. Coming soon. 3 minutes. Hang on. Let me see if I can. No, I think is the short answer. It's close. I think it's more like the double sheet bend, but not quite. Hang on. Amy! Amy! I can hear you! Hang on a moment. Yeah. That was confusing. She was lying in the bed outside and didn't come when she was called, however. But I don't know what was making the noise. It's not raining, so can't even be the drains like we had the other time. We had some torrential rains and the drains started making really, well, my toilet started making really, really weird noises. It sounded like the aliens were trying to come up through it. Time. at the sheep bend knot thing again. Yeah, it's not how you make it though. Because you don't bend one in half. Because that would help. Yeah, you probably looked at that one. That's a different one. Let me kill that and grab that, copy that and send you it. That's the simple answer. There you go. Right. So you are proving to be a bit short, but right here, right now, short is fine. But I will need to lengthen you momentarily because you are too short. And that's 2 pins. Put you up there. Poink, poink. Rose ground nearly done. Right, so you are dealt with. You are not yet. So let's wiggle you round because I'm going to have to put some of you in sticks because you're just going to be too annoying if you're not in sticks. So let's put you in a stick, even though you're short, and chuck you up there. 1, 2, 3. Let's also put you in a stick so that we can get you out of the way a bit more, so that we can do the final corner. Right, we'll get you in. Hello! Welcome back. As you can see, I'm stonking towards the bottom of my triangle, as much as you can stonk in a piece of lace. And my dogs are going to get a slap in a minute. But I am stonking my way through, and we have plans to make a test square, so it will be the same but different. So don't get too excited. It's the ground stitch on the outside, it's got the cloth stitch kind of square, and then a bit of rose ground in the middle, so that we can try a different joining technique that someone has suggested for me that might result in a slightly more aesthetically pleasing option. And if that is indeed true, then we will likely be using that on this square, which is why I need to do it before I get to the end of the square. I've still got another triangle to go, but it's better to do it in between triangles rather than in the middle of a triangle and get distracted. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. So yes, we have plans. We definitely have plans, and plans are a good thing. We just need to... we're just getting there. As you can see, I've updated my little graphic in the corner as to where I've got to. It doesn't grow very, very fast. But we do our best. We do our best. cute. Yes. You're wrapped around a pin, you shouldn't, thank you. That looks like you're going in the same hole. Oh. Well, the joining technique it's more of the finishing by joining the square here technique, not the joining square to square technique. But to be honest, it will a little apply potentially to both. As I did explain to the guys earlier, is that currently when I finish my square, I get to the end and I go, knottity knot. Question, can I ask you a strange question about cloth stitch as you make strips? When you do cloth stitch and you get to the end, do you do no twist, one twist, two twists, or more twists? Because I was always told to do two, and then I saw someone doing none, and my brain kind of went, what do you mean you can do none? And my brain went, well, surely if there are none, it would stand out less as a pinhole as well. So I'm kind of interested to know, am I the only idiot still doing two twists on it, you know? So here, obviously I put my pin in, I now twist my work threads twice. And I was watching a video and this person didn't do any, and I'm like, okay. I mean, you know, you're allowed to do what you like, you know, consistency is the name of the game, but you're not doing none. And I quite like the idea of doing none, because along with my hate for spiders is my hate for pinhole, is my hate for picots, actually. Stuffed picots, I hate picots. They strike me as a very unnecessary part of it all. Now, when I say that, I'm not utterly against them, but there's a place for them and there's a place not for them, and everywhere is not a place for them and not on every edging, in my humble opinion. So I'm very curious as to what you do. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. That's the thing, is that there are different things for different people, and I am not a flowery, lacy, patterny kind of person. So I am much more, at best, geometric shapes. Hence, geometric shapes. It is. And part of the reason I haven't done a lot of Bucks Point is because 90% of it seems to be about flowers. And, well, flowers belong in my garden, not on anything I own. And so, it's not that I can't, it's just that it's kind of not a me thing. I don't foresee it being something I would... It's not that I wouldn't enjoy making it, necessarily, but what would I do with it? For I have no need for making things in it, and I have learned over the years that it's great making things for other people, don't get me wrong, truly is. But most of my friends are a bit more like me, and they're a bit more masculine in that sense, so lace is not really their thing, and therefore flowers would be even less of their thing, and so it does kind of limit it a little bit. But I was kind of quite disappointed to see this lady who was doing a tutorial with no twists on the end of her cloth stitch, because, well, they are there for a reason. I mean, you can do without. I'm not going to pretend that you can't technically do without. You know, it's not going to all fall apart because you didn't. But it gives it a neater edge. It makes it tidy. It makes it stronger. It, you know, all of those good kind of words that you need, really. And stupid things. Pins. Pins are the bane of my life. String, thread, whatever, just loves to mate round other pins. It just... Oh, look, there's a pin. Hurrah, mate. Seriously, get a life. It's not that essential, you know? You do not need to be mated to it. What I can do, however, is, once again, make a bit of a break and pull out one of these pins in the middle and increase the pins in my tiny pot of pins, because these pins are stupidly expensive considering how many you don't get for your money. And on the next square we are ditching these pins. We're going to go for the hair bigger pins, and I know well, and that's the thing. I am not pretending in my videos here that I am good at this. I am happy to my own standard of creation. I make mistakes. I point out my mistakes. I chastise myself for mistakes. But at the same time, I recognise that I'm human, and I'm not going to... You know, if I found a mistake back here now, there's no frigging way I'm going back to get it. So... It will be there forevermore. But I'm not giving this to the Queen. I'm keeping it. So, from that point of view, the only person who's got to be happy with it is my good self. And as a result of it only needing to be me happy with it, I have accepted that there will be mistakes in it, preferably small ones. If they are big, I hope to spot them before the too late stage. There are bound to be a few. But as long as they don't stand out like a gaping hole in it, I am going to be cool with that, because, well, I'm the only one that's going to see it. I don't even have a partner who's going to see it. It's literally me and the dogs. And to be honest, I don't think the dogs care. I mean it with great respect to them. I honestly don't believe they care as to this. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're miffed that I'm making it, because it's taking time that I could be hugging them. So from that point of view, it's not really... a big deal how successful it is. And I am not doing the videos here to educate necessarily. I am doing it to bring awareness that you can do it, and that you do not need to be great at it, and that you don't need to do, you know, great and glory, you know, you don't need to have huge experience to have a go. Because, well, clearly I don't. And that's fine, because this is for me, and if it's not perfect, I'm cool with that. This is looking. Nothing stands out and leaps at me immediately. That's always a bonus. We like it when we don't have the immediate, oh my god, look at that great mistake in it. That's always good. So far, this looks to be the best triangle today. but, you know, there's still plenty of room. So yeah, I'm not doing this as in this is how to make lace. I'm doing this is how I am making my net curtain, and I am videoing every moment of me doing it, so that when my brain cells go, hey, let's make a really, really big thing, I can go, I present to you Exhibit A, this is what happened last time, right? And move on, and, you know, maybe the brain cells will leave me alone and stop creating really complicated big things for me to make. Of course they won't, but I can try, right? And so I'm not doing this as, you know, here is how to. I did release a little video, which was a snippet I did earlier in the week of how I know which is the right pinhole to work. But that's not quite the same deal, because, well, that's quite factual. If you don't have the threads to fill the pin, well, then you're not using that one then, are you? It's you know, it's no more complicated than that, really, is it? So from that point of view, I kind of went with it. But other than that, I would not dream of calling any of this a tutorial. On the simple grounds of I'm not that experienced at it. And I make no odds about that. You know, as I said earlier, I made a couple of bookmarks and then went, hey, let's make a net curtain. So I am not the most experienced lace maker in the history of the world. I am the most stubborn, perhaps, but not the most experienced. And some of it is me finding out and learning along the way, you know, finding a few rooms for improvements and looking out for things that I repeatedly do stupid, and, you know, all of those kind of mistakes and things, and, you know, maybe watching myself get a bit better at it. But part of the reason most of the reason I'm documenting this is because it's going to take me a frigging long time. It helps me record how much time I spend doing it, but also something for me to look back upon when I get my next, you know, brainwave of stupidity, and go, yeah, well, look what happened last time you had big brainwaves like this. Do you really want to be doing, you know, a king-size bed spread out of 100 weight, you know, I don't know what they call it, 100, it's not even 100 count, but, you know, the finest thread that they make. Do you really want to be doing that? And the answer is probably not. So let's not, you know. I do have other lace techniques I want to try. But to be honest, the main thing I want to try is I want to make a net curtain in one piece, but not necessarily using torchon, because, well, that's 300 billion bobbins, and I don't think I'm mentally ready for that, because this is plenty. No, that's definitely need one more. So yeah, it's and as you say, the worst thing is when people are teaching people and they're teaching them the wrong thing. And one of the things that I've noticed is, while the keyest part to your lace making is continuity, so if you choose to do 2 twists between this and that, you should always do 2 twists. Don't do 1 here, 3 there, none there, right? You kind of need to keep up with the 2. If you're, you know, you can get away with not doing twists, but it gives it a different look. Or if you give it, because no twist shows up way more than too many twists, if you know what I mean. So to an extent, it is more about doing everything the same. So whether you do your rose grounders half stitch, whole stitch, whatever, you just have to keep doing the same one. Whatever it is, just do the same one. Or at least do same one, different one, so that they're at least in a block and it looks deliberate, not, oh look, you've that one up, oh look, there's another one you've picked up. You know, you don't need that in your life, you really, really don't. And the only way to do that is to be consistent. So from that point of view, you know, it is more about the consistency of it than the actual doing of it. But even so, there are certain things that, you know, if you want cloth stitch, you've got to do cloth stitch. You can't not do cloth stitch and expect cloth stitch to come out the other end. It just kind of doesn't work like that. So yeah, as you say, it's the people who need to do tutorials as tutorials. It's not, I'm doing some lace, but when you write on it, here's how to, you do open yourself for a little bit of criticism because, well, if you do it wrong, or, so for example, when I was reading up on GIMP threads, because I was deciding whether I wanted GIMP threads in this or not, and there was part of me that said, yes, I did, and there was part of me that went, yeah, it's just extra shit in it. No, and the problem is, though, is that these people kind of announce, here's how you do it, and then people come along whining because it didn't work right. A bit like me and my weaver's knot, right? By the way, Norkel, I sent you a message on Facebook with the link to the weaver's knot in question, right? Because there are, as I said, there are a couple of things called weaver's knot, and they're not necessarily actually the same thing. So, just to help, so... but it is the when you're trying to learn something, it is really frustrating when someone comes along and says, well, you should do this, and then that contradicts absolutely everything you've read or everything else you've seen. And with the GIMP threads, what I was seeing with some people was the, oh, well, you should always like lift this one and tuck it under there. Well, some meant that it was going to go through the twist because you were basically it was going inside the twist that you'd already done, and others were going against the twist, so it was creating a new level. How do I explain this properly? I know this skanky hairband will do. Is that if you have a twist and you want to lay a GIMP thread, some people were putting it in this way, so it was, well, we're lifting up this one, so the GIMP thread would end up in here, and others were putting it through here, so that it made a new hole, and then doing an extra twist afterwards. And, well, it matters, because again, consistency if nothing else, but it was the, I'm sorry, but, well, one gives a completely different, oh, well, I was taught by, you know, Great Lord Farquhar, and, well, have you ever considered he was wrong? I mean, my mother taught me how to knit, and basically every single thing she told me was wrong. So, you know, just because Great Lord Farquhar said does not make it the truth. People can be wrong. You could have misunderstood. You know, it's not always true, and now you're telling everyone else, and there's a whole band of people following your instruction and wondering why theirs looks shit. And the answer is because, well, you do it in a way that is inclined for that as the result. Which is why I want to try this finishing technique, because if the finishing technique results in betterness, we can convert. This is within the realms of possibility. So, right. Now we have a lot of bobbins and only a little bit of groundwork to do. Now, this doesn't take that long, except for all the wretched pinning. Because there's just no easy way to do this that doesn't result in casual swearing and pins. If you didn't have to pin it, it would be so much quicker. And of course, some of them, the advantage with Buck's Point is, of course, you don't have to cover your pins as well. And so that takes less time. Just unleash the final pins. We shall try and... Now, I'm going to have to pin some of these off. I'm going to stick some of these. I'm not going to work down like this because that's just 800 billion bobbins all, you know, wafting in space, and it's all going to go horrendously wrong. So let's pin some of these for the moment, just so I can make a bit more space. this is where I'm heading. I have got some videos that hopefully will arrive tomorrow, although according to the Royal Mail, it's still waiting on a customs charge that I've paid. So I do hope that the nearly £70, well, it was £69 something, custom charge has been applied to my parcel and that it is arriving tomorrow as it duly should. Because, well, I swear it swam across the ocean. I ordered it, I think it was the 12th of October. And I've had stuff from China quicker than that. So, yeah, I am hopeful that it is arriving tomorrow. And it has got, there's a couple of variants on a theme. Hang on. You are around the wrong pin. Come on. I can see you around the wrong pin. Come on. Out there. Like that. There we go. So yes, one of them is about finishing techniques, funnily enough. That reminds me, I need to order a DVD player for my PC so I can watch them. Because I don't think this thing's got a hole. Hang on, let me go and have a look. Let me quickly get up and have a look while I'm thinking about it. Pretty sure it doesn't. No, there is no hole, so there is no DVD player on this machine. I thought there wasn't. But I wanted to check, because you know how that can be. Get out of my pot bins, thank you. But I did order a few. Let me tell you what I have ordered. Hang on. I have... She says pulling it up. Thing. Okay, we have, let's see, I'm going to butcher every pronunciation of this, so bear with me. Schneeberger lace bobbin making instructional DVDs, Chantilly lace bobbin lace making instructional DVDs, starts and finishes, intro to Flanders, introduction to Idra Narrow, Russian tape lace. So I've got a few. I mean, to be honest, the last two are very similar, but really similar, frankly. So they weren't hugely expensive, but as a block, they were a bit more expensive than that. That doesn't look right. Because you didn't twist them! You stupid woman! Twist! Still doesn't look right. Oh, stop being an arse, bobbins. This is the only thing I don't like about this, is it can look wrong even when it's right. So... You are definitely crossed over, so I'm going to ignore the fact that you look wrong for a minute, because sometimes you look better once the next stitch is in. Pins. Well, I think one of the things that I do find interesting, and I hope to learn from some of this, is why there are differences. It's all well and good going, yeah. I mean, for example, Idra and Japanese tape, Russian tape lace are frankly all but the same thing. And they basically rely on you make a little wiggly line and you join them together in bits, with stems, much like many other laces. You make a thing and then you send out a leg to give it stability. That's fine. And I kind of get why you make those, because then you only really need like 8 pairs of bobbins and you don't go insane from having piles of bobbins like this. Plus, it works really well on a bolster cushion, and you go chuck, and you fling them around, and well, they stay where they were because there weren't that many for them to mate with. But when it comes down to it, some of the differences I want to understand because, for example, such as Idra and the Japanese, I keep saying Japanese, the Japanese, no, Russian. What the fuck? Why have I got Japanese in my mind now? But the Russian tape place thing, they are so incredibly similar. I don't even know what the difference is. So it is, because to look at, kind of come out the same. So what makes them different? What, other than the fact that, for 100 years they were made in different places, but what actually makes them different? Because, torchon started in a particular area, but it's made all over the world. So, but it's still called torchon. So, what makes it different? What is the difference between, Milanese and Russian? What is, I know that, for example, Flanders, this kind of groundwork, instead of 2 pairs of bobbins meeting in the middle and doing a bit of a dance and having a pin in it, it'd be 4 pairs of bobbins. Seriously, what a waste of friggin' thread that sounds. Plus, of course, you'd end up doing it with mighty fine threads because, well, now you've got 4 bobbins meeting, it gets a bit busy. And when it comes to trying to hide all the ends for that, God help us all. So, from that point of view, it's... I have questions. I have lots of questions. And it does puzzle me because, obviously everyone made their own kind of variant of lace because we didn't have the, they didn't have the internet to rely on, and they couldn't get on a Teams meeting or whatever or a Zoom meeting and discuss it all. They went about making their version of something they saw. They all heard that the toffs in wherever had some and worked out how to make their own. Or they watched someone else doing it, but what they remembered and what they felt looked better was different. So I don't know. I'm really interested in how some of the varieties came about. Why there is specific bobbins dedicated to certain things. And not others. It's why are these bobbins preferred for this and not those? Because, clearly I hate spangles, so anything that involves the Midlands spangle can go jump. But, I get why they're popular in the terms of the rollability, but other than that, did I cross these before I started? Did I not? Oh, I've forgotten already. I moved and now I don't remember. I thought I did, but now I'm not so sure, because, well, yeah, I did. As long as I did, that's all that matters. So yeah, I'd love to know more about the history of how they all became different. Because it's a bit like, for example, with English and American. We all know that it started off as a, British language, but when it got to America, it got altered. Now, there's nothing wrong with altering it. But the question is kind of, well, why? Why is it different? What led for it to become different? What on earth made you suddenly call trousers pants, right? And then your pants something else? How did this come around? And the same for me is true with laces. Is the fact that there are different styles or different techniques isn't too surprising. But it's I'm wondering how they came about to be different. Hence buying all the DVDs I could, because, well, the more I can learn and understand, the happier I'll be in my understanding of, how it... But I bet you that's not covered at all. I bet you'll be, line up some bobbins, do the following, here's some basic crap. So, I don't know. I do hope there's a little bit of history on it. Because, obviously, history is kind of important. You should understand, especially when it comes to the differences. I mean, so, for example, different countries... I won't say the looms are different, because for the most part, there are really only a couple of types of loom. Well, the other side of that is that one school of thought, and I will cite my parents' school of thought on this, I will not judge right or wrong because they were my parents, but one school of thought was that the religious nutters went to America and, they went and their written English was not maybe their best, and so they went with kind of what they remembered. Because, once again, if you were sailing all the way across to the Americas, it was going to be a long-ass journey, and packing a ton of educational material with you was probably not something you did. It'd have been a couple of Bibles and go for it. So, from that point of view, it is then word of mouth as to how it was spelt. We all know that even place names in England have changed spellings over the years. I won't say meanings, but... the place names have changed. And so, if you can change the spelling of that, it wouldn't surprise me to change some of the spellings. But the fact that we put U's in everything, and the Americans don't, would suggest that maybe it is more of a loss of those than a gain. Now, some of the other things, some of it's accent, so how you said a particular word has... changed how it got spelt, because it was, you don't, if you, I know it's a newer word, but if you think of aluminium, well, we spell it completely differently because we've got an extra I in it. Well, it's no wonder then they call it aluminum, because, well, they've not got the same number of vowels in all the right places. The question, of course, is who's right? And the answer is probably neither. But it is one of those kind of... And I think, to be honest, crafting kind of has a similar thing. For example, one of the things that does make me laugh is watching the quilters and their English paper piecing. But what they do is... The whole point of English paper piecing is that it is a laborious act of love. Whereas, gluing them down... and zigzagging on your machine is kind of not the same thing. Especially when they seem to think... One person that I was watching said, you leave the paper in. No, you don't. Can you imagine washing that? Ew. No. You don't leave the paper in. It is a highly ineffectual method when you actually think about it. And as someone who made some rather large patchwork quilts... I can vouch that you can do the English paper piecing without the paper. Now, there's a greener way to do it. You just know where the edges are because you get used to it, and then you just don't have to tack all the bloody things on. Because, of course, with English paper piecing, you have to cut out 1,000 bits of paper, cut out 1,000 bits of cloth, then you tack the paper inside the cloth, so you've got a load of tacking thread and pricking of needles. Then you finally sew them together, but once you get so far away, you can pull the paper out and all the tacking thread. There is a colossal waste of time and materials. Whereas if you can do it without the paper, but acting like the paper was still there, then suddenly you've got a far more efficient thing. And I made 2 8-foot square ones by hand, totally hand sewn, with 1.5-inch hexagons, without paper. Well, the first bit had paper, and then I got fed up with it, so I stopped doing the paper bit because, well, it was a waste of paper. And I worked out that I knew how big the gap was, and I knew how much the seam should be, so therefore I could just go for it, right? I knew where the edge of the hexagon should be, so, and out came a really nice patchwork quilt. And I strongly would advise other people to follow in that manner because, well, it's a lot less effort. And it grows a lot quicker when you're not having to sew everything twice. And then spend time pulling it out again. It's a bit like the putting in of pins, only to pull them out again 3 minutes later. It's the, if you could avoid it, you really should. It's not essential. If you can do it without, and it's a corner you can cut without detriment, then cut away. So yeah, I have done many strange things in my time. And efficiency is something that counts. I mean, obviously, when you're not professional and you're not, paid by your output rather than time spent, you're doing it because you want to. So much like my cross-stitch thing, I am doing it because I want to. No one has asked for it. No one wants it, including me. But if I move my piece of paper, it's got my test square on it. Place it over my keyboard for a minute. You will see that my cross-stitch thing here has grown a bit more. It's beginning to take a bit of shape now. The middle kind of flowery shape is beginning to grow. I have got to the point of where there should be another kind of pinky purpley bit in the corner, and I'm working around that with the grey lilac-y colour, and then I will fill that in a bit. It's much easier when it's filled in because, well, the pink bit stands out much better than that stupid lilac does. That lilac really disappears. When you first do like the forward slashes, you can't see any of them. You only see them once the back slashes are in, because once the forward slashes go in and it looks almost baby pink, but it is like creamy baby pink, so it pretty much blends with the background. It's only when you've got the cross and a bit of shade with it that it actually kind of fills a hole and becomes more purpley, and you can actually really see it. So that is a joyous problem that I, would rather do without. A bit longer because you're a bit short. Right, now we convert to doing the downwards bits because they're shorter. Well, to be honest, this is something I am beginning to feel that is more my level of thought. And because bear in mind, technically, this is the first cross stitch I have done. And I was talking about this with my ex-husband the other day, and he goes, "No, it's not." And I went, "Actually, it is." He said, "You hate cross stitch," and I was like, "Never done. I hated it on principle because my mother did it, but I have never actually done it myself." And so I wouldn't say I hate doing it. I hated the fact that all of the Earl's Court needlecraft shows were 99.9% cross stitch, and I wasn't doing cross stitch, so nearly every I was going to go down, wasn't I? Oh, whatever. Do one more row then. Nearly every stall was irrelevant to me, and my mother would drag me around it, and I'm like, I am so not interested in this shit. But it smells something. It smells like food, which is a bit weird considering it's only me. Anyway, it smells nice though, so whatever it is. I'm going to die of gas poisoning. It smells nice at least, so I'm not that worried. But yeah, all the Earl's Court exhibition things, yeah, they were all about cross stitch, and I wasn't doing cross stitch. I will have a look. I have bought, however, I had bought a couple of things to do at some point. One of which is for my neighbour. My problem is I can't smell gas. I actually cannot smell it. I can hear it, can't smell it. I can hear the tiniest hiss, but I cannot smell gas. At all. So if I leave the ring on in the kitchen, the only way I know I've left the ring on in the kitchen is A, by looking at the angle of the stupid little twiddly thing on the front, and B, by the fact that I will hear quietly in the background. Other than that, no, can't smell it. Absolutely can't smell it. Which makes me a bit of a risk, really. Because a little while ago, they were changing my gas meter because the battery had died. And I have never been able to smell even the ones in the bottles. Yeah, I can smell smells. I just can't smell gas. But the guy who came to change my gas meter, he said, "Oh, there's a leak." Is there? Can you smell it? And I went, "No." "Oh." And he went round and he couldn't find where it was leaking from. So they shut off my gas and called out a person who went, "I think it's your boiler." So I called out the boiler dude, and the boiler dude went, "It's not the boiler." And it's kind of like, well, cheers, but the gas have shut off my thing because they said that, you know, someone's detected a leak, and now you're telling me the only thing that they decided was the leak isn't the leak. Well, so what? And he went, "Well, as far as I can tell, there isn't a leak." So, okay, but you do know I can't smell gas, so should there actually be a leak, I'll just die quietly, shall I? Okay, thanks for that. Thanks a lot, dude. But yeah, I can't smell gas, and I remember as a child, my mother walked past the house and went, "Oh, that's a terrible smell of gas," and I'm like, I don't smell nothing. Smell the leaves and the flowers and don't smell gas. Sorry. Yeah, and I think it's quite unfortunate that they don't put a level of stink in it that isn't really obvious, that is, you know, unmissable. So, for example, my beloved ex-husband has a bottle called Liquid Arse. Now, this bottle, needless to say, should you squirt some, the squirted liquid, frankly, really is obnoxious. Right? And I mean utterly, unequivocally obnoxious. This stuff will make you cry, right? But this is the kind of crap they need to put in gas. Because if it's that dangerous that you can't turn on any electrics and all the rest of it because it could blow you up, it needs to smell that bad that you can't miss it. That there is no doubt if there is a leak or not, because, well, you know, if you're not crying, it's clearly not a leak, right? It's there should be no doubt, and I find it really wrong that, you know, it's kind of like, "Oh, so you can't smell it?" "No." "Oh, well, never mind." What do you mean, never mind? Surely this is a level of concern, because now you're knowing that there is a potential gas leak, but I can't smell if there is or not. So should it get worse, I will not know. Yeah. And of course, it's not in the gas company's interest to fix the leak, because all they do is charge you for it. "You have used all this gas." "Really? I haven't turned anything on. How's that possible?" "Oh, that'll be the leak then, will it?" Because that was one thing that I did take up with the gas company. Because, so for example, if you got a smart meter, one thing that I found was that obviously if you look at, say, how much electricity is being used, and you go and switch off a light bulb, within a few seconds, the amount of electricity being used goes down. It's not true for gas. Gas is the average use over the last hour. So even if you turn it on briefly and turn it off again, it still shows. And because it's the average over an hour, somehow it's the average over an hour of the average over an hour. So 2 hours later, it can still show that you're using gas when you're not. Because you went outside and turned the switch off, but it will still say you're using, say, 9p an hour's worth of gas. Well, you can't be. I've turned it off. Oh, well, that's how it's supposed to work. What, it's supposed to lie to me and spend 3 hours telling me I'm using gas when it stopped, 3 hours ago. I really am not quite sure that's really how it's supposed to work. Because it's misleading. Never mind. Yes, never mind. So yes, nearly there, people. Doing pretty well. I knew you would finish this today. Now, when it comes to my test square, I may do some off camera. So, for example, I won't do the actual finishing bit because that's an important bit to share. Is me struggling to finish it because I am a bit of a mung bean when it comes to finishing lace. So you get to laugh at me doing that and swearing, trying to put stupid things through stupid holes and getting a bit irate with it all. But the actual making of the square potentially is less important. Well, it is less important. So depending on how fast that goes or not, we can maybe accept that we'll do a bit off screen so that it's ready for next time. Because that would be nice. It would be nice, if there is a better way of finishing, that would be a really grand thing. And as I say, this DVD coming is about finishing techniques. So I have small hope that it will, I'm not going to say good hope, but small hope that it will contain some revelations. Because clearly, if you can make a DVD about it, there's a bit more than tie a knot and snip, options. So we'll see what they've got to say. And there may be more test squares in our future if any of these prove to be, oh, well, that actually sounds like a good idea, because at the moment this one, this threading the threads back the way they came kind of thing does kind of sound bulky and unimpressive, and so it does not fill me with great joy of thought. It's not like it's, oh, well, actually, if you tried this knot, because this knot never moves, it is very much the do the normal knot and then, hide your ends so that you don't have the bunny ears, but if all it really does is hide the bunny ears, it may not be as great and glorious an option as potentially it might have been. Because I still want to put a dob of glue on that knot because I don't trust the knot, so... I'm not worried by gluing it, by the way. I don't have a problem with the fact that I want to glue it to secure it so that in future times it doesn't all fall apart. Because with the amount of time and effort going in that, frankly, if you want to, I'm surprised I'm not gluing the whole damn thing and making it solid. So, because can you imagine, you finally get to the end, you've made, 1,000 odd hours later, you've made your neck curtain, you've sewn it all up, you've hung it on your window, and I don't know, dog flings mud at it or something, and you've got to wash it, you carefully lay it in some warmish, gentle, soapy water, and let it rest for a few hours, and then come back and, you know, place it onto a towel and press it dry, and then lay it flat for it to dry. You could not treat it with market gloves, and then at the moment you pick it up, it all falls apart. Can you just imagine it? And so I don't want that in my life, not too surprisingly. So a daub of glue that will not wash out is definitely the answer to that, just to encourage the knot not to undo itself, because that's all it's there for. It's not, you know, it is the tiniest daub of glue you've ever seen. It's like a pinhead of glue. It is literally just the tiniest touch to stop, so that on the actual knot where the two threads meet, to just encourage them to stay there and not move. That's all it is. And the ads are coming in 3 minutes. Right. We could actually put away some of those bobbins. Hang on. It's actually a good plan. Right. So I need you. Don't need you guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's pin you out the way. Put you up there. Gives me a bit more room. Bedtime. Nearly done. So I told you to finish the triangle today. And there we go. Triangle complete. Now we pull out the pins. So let's turn it round, because we like turning it round. And we're going to get our pin stabber. And we're going to go down the outside row and stab all the pins down. And then we're going to take all these pins out. Well, not all these pins out, but most of these pins out. So I'm going to 2 rows of pins. On the inside, which is easier said than done. Some of it. Go back these pins, because well, that's a thing. And play spot the mistake. Should be fun. It would be kind of interesting if we get to the end and I can't find any. Because obviously previously we found more than was desirable, because of course none are desirable, but enough that it was frustrating, but not enough to hate it and make you want to make a new square to replace it. Because of course it's not like you can just make a different triangle and replace it. You have to do the whole square. But at this point, oh, there's one. I feel better now. There's one. Right, got mistakes in it. I feel a little bit more human now. But it's not overly noticeable, clearly. It's taken me all this time to spot it, so it is. But there is one. Despite my carefulness. Never mind. Irritations, but not the end of the world. And the mistake is that I didn't twist a pair. I managed to miss a pair. The problem with doing this is I spit pins everywhere. Well, it does prove it's handmade, but also it proves that I am not a machine, that I am human, that, you know, I mean, as I said earlier, right, one of the key things is that we don't aim to make mistakes, we aim not to make mistakes. Okay, so I'm glad it's not just me with the whole bunny ears and twisting, yeah, because, well, frankly, you can understand my brain did exactly the same thing. It kind of went, you do f***ing what now? So I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that not video was a big part of weirdness. You've made me feel a lot better, thanks, Nautical. I am sure I could rely on you for that. But it is, I am so glad it's not just me who looked at that and went, what? I mean, because I had some success with it, right? I did successfully make some knots with it, but I swear I did exactly the same move and then it would not work. When you're doing that, that's when your brain sits there going, this may be a easy once you know what you're expecting all the bits to do knot, but if you have not successfully achieved said knot and you're not sure how the sorry, I'm going to put this, no, it's got two, it's right, just looked like there was one missing. If you are not in the kind of comfort zone of, I know what this is trying to do, it's not just me. I didn't make it up. I got it from somewhere. I mean, the bunny ears on the back of my knots, that is potentially a me explaining it bunny ears, but he calls his bunny ears. And, well, rightly or wrongly, I mean, they do look like bunny ears, so I can kind of see why he did. But at the same time, this is not... It's like everything. If your surgeon went the way red squishy bit, he's not filling you with confidence that he's the guy to be cutting in, right? It's kind of the... and that is the kind of fabled, everyone relies on it, weaver's knot video, right? And there's a bit of me kind of going, but it's a pants video. It doesn't really explain what's happening because he kind of does some voodoo. Frankly, it is voodoo. And he does this bit of voodoo and out comes a knot. But sometimes when you do it, no, it doesn't. And not being the greatest knot aficionado, it's not like, you know, because Nautical's gone, it looks like a sheep shank. Well, that's great. In which case, I can go and look that up and find alternatives. Because I have seen an alternative, and frankly, that does look far more repeatable, if for want of a better word, than this kind of wrap it round your thumb and pray to God manner, which is kind of what this video is. It's sheep bend, that's the one. But it is that kind of difference, right? Is the when you're kind of green at the edges, and this is what we were saying about the people who shouldn't be making tutorials. Possibly, but I have heard of a sheep bend, so that's, you know, don't worry, I have heard of that one. But this is the kind of thing, right? Is that when you are a newbie and you are told this is the definitive how-to, if you go there and it seems like the most drug-filled, stupid idea in the history of the world, you feel very ostracised from the rest of the kind of society because they're all raving about this thing and you're looking at it going, that defies logic. There is, you know, there is no universe where this makes sense, right? And from that point of view, you do struggle then because, well, you feel the only one that it's not making sense to. So to have someone who makes knots, not quite for a living, but pretty much, say it kind of doesn't make sense, makes me feel a little bit better because, well, I tried it, and as I say, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, and I've got a feeling there is an element of it needs to twist to work, but it doesn't say it needs to twist. Therefore, you try not to let it twist, if you know what I mean. And, well, then if you're trying not to let it twist, well, you try not to let it twist, and, well, then maybe it doesn't work. And it only works when it successfully twists despite your will for it not to. So I'm going to go back and remove these extra pins from here, because we did three rows of pins on this one for a bit of extra stability, which was definitely a good plan. But I didn't take them out, so I'm coming back to grab them. This is where I break my nail and I'm no longer able to pull them out in pairs. But it is that frustration of, there's a tutorial, but if that tutorial just doesn't sit right in your head for some reason, and we've all known that there are many ways to explain lots of things to people. And sometimes you sit down and the person at the front goes, you should do this, and your brain goes, well, that's obvious. Yes. And you're going, well, how could there be any other way? It is perfectly logical. It makes perfect sense. I see how it all works. Yes, I accept this. Or other times it just goes, no. What do you mean no? I mean no. I don't get it. I don't understand. You lost me in the moment you opened your mouth. You know, it's that kind of... Sometimes the people at the front, you know, metaphorically, the person teaching it doesn't explain it in a way that sits with your brain, and your brain instantly goes, nope, not accepting that. That is utterly wrong, stupid, gibberish. It's a whole lie. There's voodoo. There's kind of cuts in the video. It doesn't actually work. They're making it up. Yeah, and you're left sitting there, kind of going, well, it seems to be working for them, brain, and it's going, yeah, but that's all voodoo. It wouldn't work like that in the real world. You know, all of those kind of things that brains come up with, and you need to find the right explanation for you. And I think, because I have a strong believer that everyone can learn anything as long as they find the right person to explain it to them. Now, they may not want to learn it, in which case, you know, you can't do much about that, but should they want to know, all they need to manage to successfully do is find a person who can explain it in a way that will make sense to them. Now, often it's people with shared experiences, so, oh, well, if you can do this, I'll explain it, how it would work if you did, you know, use this instead. Or, so, like Naughtykelt's done. Naughtykel is not extraordinaire. Naughtykel has looked at this stupid video and gone, well, actually, what it looks like they end up with is one of these. And, well, if you look up one of those, as I did, the instructions for those look far more practical and sensible and logical, and I'm sure my brain will have a much better deal doing that. And I think that's the difference, is that's where you've got to find the right thing. And it is not always easy finding the right thing, because when it's a subject you don't know, you can't explain to someone what the subject's like if you've got no reference point. So you can, you know, have to try quite a few people. Now, lots of weavers rant and rave about a lady called Jane. Can't remember her surname off the top of my head. Jane Stafford, that's the one. They rant and rave about how great she is. And her weaving school is 90 quid a year or something. The only problem I have is that here we are 8 years on, and it feels very much like we're still covering the same shit we did in year one. So, for example, let's say cloth stitch results in plain weave in the weaving world, so we cover that. Great. Well, next month we'll cover adding a column of colour in it. Okay, well, you just put some of the warp threads as a colour, right? Yes, you do. But we've got a whole month of lessons dedicated to columns of colours. And then, for sake of the argument, we learn twill. And then we have to learn twill with a column of colour in it. Right. Well, that's 4 months. It's about an hour's worth of thought. And you're kind of going... And so here we are, 8 years on, and many of the things she's doing is redoing the previous lessons with the tiniest variant, it feels. And to me, it's kind of like, I mean, when I started weaving, I had not done weaving before. I did not know anyone with weaving experience. So I expected to be phenomenally crap at it. Well, I think I joined her at year 3. Well, I'd already worked out the first 3 years in about the first weekend of me doing it. But that's, 300 quid's worth of she does like 10 months worth of lessons. But the amount done in each lesson it's like when you were at school and it took you, a year to learn your times table. Well, there's only 12 of them. It doesn't take a month each. But somehow it did. And this is very much like that. And I'm not dissing it because I do know it's very helpful to a number of people. But not to me. And I can't rant and rave about it. And I know I'm not the only one who has... I won't say hates on it, but that struggles with... It's not that... I mean, for example, they did something and I thought it would cover a particular favourite of mine because, it's an exceptionally communal thought type of weaving. And it fitted in with the... No, they didn't cover that. How do you not? It was very much, how do you not cover that when it's exactly what you're talking about? And it is a very common weaving technique. It's not like it's a rare, obscure option. It is common. I need to take a picture of this. Where's my phone? God, there it is. I'm leaving that row of pins up to help with the not losing and twisting of the ends. One of the things I really hate about phone cameras is because the lens is on the back, you inevitably seem to have put your fat great fingers over the lenses when you picked it up or held on to it, and they're covered in it always feels like it's a bit like your glasses. You take glasses off your face and you look at them and it looks like you kind of swilled them round your garden 3 times. It's how do they end up quite so bad as they inevitably do? Right, what I need to do now is get a different lace cushion. She says, eyeing up the lace cushion pile. One moment, let me sort this out. Well, as I kind of said, it seemed awfully complicated to me because it didn't reliably work. So, by the way, welcome to my homemade, let me quickly flip it over, homemade lace pillow, which is the top of a cooler lid. And I have, listen to this, I have a thingy of bobbins. You can't really see them because you're looking down on it, but I have a thingy of bobbins. So what I need now is my sheet of paper, and we will trim said sheet of paper because it's a tad excessive considering the size of the square. So let's trim it down a little bit. It's very hard to do straight edges with bent scissors, but there we go. I could have just folded the piece of paper, I know that, but it's the piece of paper. There we go. we will attach it. And the first thing we're going to do is fuck off with the tiny little pins. You could just go do one. We will get out the slightly bigger pin pot, just because, well, my sanity is a chosen commodity. So we will, as I say, I haven't laminated this, I just printed it off, so it is a very vulnerable piece of paper, but we are intending to only use it once. I have not pre-pricked it, I haven't done crap with it, I will print it out, so that's a thing. There we go. And why did I put it in the middle? So I can turn it around, duh. Right. Now we need some bobbins. Jingly jingly. I did 15 pairs of bobbins, and if I can count correctly, that is the right number of things. My bobbin thing's collapsing. Hang on. My bobbin thing is one design flaw, which is that there is a cross beam at the bottom which holds it strong, for want of a better word. Only the cross beam is on top of the bottom leg, so when you put it down, if anything touches it, it pops clean out. So it's not designed to sit anywhere in this house easily. Table, empty bobbins. Bobbins. Everything's come off again. I haven't got anywhere to put it. I haven't got enough table space. I'm one of these people who never has enough space for anything. I don't really want to put it on the floor, but I think I haven't got a lot of choice, actually. Okay, on the floor it goes. So, pair of bobbins. I decided I'd use my new pair of bobbins that I got, because, well, why not? And of course everything's rolling, because of course nothing's flat. So, I know what I need to do. I need to I'm pretty sure that's not how you spell half of those words. Yeah. Let's do that. Right. So. As you said, Nautical, it did seem a complicated way of doing it. And I think maybe that is in part why I struggled with it. Was because my brain went, but, you know? And then kind of went, that doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that? That doesn't sound like a plan. Why would I do those kind of things? This is not how it's meant to be, surely. These are distinctly fat. Maybe too fat for this thread at this scale. But I do quite like these bobbins. Why am I picking up another pin? I've already got the pin. Stupid woman. I do need to make them longer, I'm aware of that. But right here, right now. As well, and this is arguably a very valid question, Nautical. Without knowing what the fisherman's knot truly is, I can't answer that question. So, the weaver's knot is allegedly, and this is the bullshit that you are fed by weavers, is that it will make a really small, fairly flat... I know you can, but right here, right now, I can't answer that on the simple grounds of I know not that which of you speak. So, the bullshit you are fed is that the weaver's knot will create a small, unnoticeable knot that you can use to join two threads together and will not show in your final work. That is the lesson you are given. Now, the truth of it, there's probably a whole host of other friggin' knots, and potentially better knots. But apparently this is the knot that they always used to do. And apparently you can do quite a lot of it by rolling your fingers and allegedly. And because I have seen a man do a similar but different, it was definitely different, knot, where literally he kind of all but put the things in his fingers and kind of went like this, and out came a knot that would not come undone. And it's kind of like, you have got that down to an art form, my friend, but the problem is, because you've got it down to such an art form and all you do is kind of roll your fingers around a bit, you can't explain that to me because it is so natural to you, you cannot break it down into smaller parts. Because, it's a bit like, did any of you have a Rubik's Magic? The thing with the 3 looped rings one side and the Olympic rings the other, and you had to kind of fold it and kind of wrap it round the thing. Well, what most people didn't realise is that instead of folding the 2 ends in, folding the ends out, moving this down and kind of wrapping it down, turning it over, wrapping it out, you didn't have to do all of that. All you had to do was fold it in half, twist it and open it, and you've just done 90% of that. And it was kind of like, because I was a strange child, and I noticed this, and there is a bit of you that's kind of going, so I appreciate that there is ways to cut the corner and achieve the same result, but that those may have knock-on effects. So obviously my twisty thing potentially puts far more strain on the Rubik's Magic than doing it, quote, the official way. But when you used to meet a kid at the top of the high street and almost have a shootout at sundown, because I can't tell you his name, he couldn't have told you mine, but I spotted him walking a Rubik's Magic with a Rubik's Magic, fiddling around with it, and I went, can you do that? And he went, yeah. And I said, I'll see you tomorrow. And then from then on, we had a challenge as to who could do it the fastest, right? And we did this for a couple of weeks, right? And because I got to this slam in half, basically you then wiggle out the end to make it a 3x3 with the hole missing, I could do it in 2 seconds. Literally, it was something like 2.5 seconds. And the previous record we got to was 9. And this poor kid, the look on his face when I went, smack, twist, there you go. And he was like, the fuck, right? And I did say to him, I can show you it, and I can show you it in slow speed, but the slower you do it, the worse, the more you worry about it, because you can see it stretching and pulling on things and looking, because the Rubik's Magic was a load of panels held together by kind of invisible, kind of violin cat gut, but they were plastic, kind of idea, stringy bits, and when you did the twisty bit, you could see them straining. So you didn't want to look. So just by going, bleh, and doing it really quickly, it got over all of that, because, well, you didn't witness the pain, right? I'm going down, and I probably should do some more of these, actually. Let's do a bit more of these, because we've got plenty of bobbins now, after all. So. Make them a bit longer. Thing. This cushion is not the best one to go on this lace table, to be honest, because it wobbles quite a lot, because it's a bit wide and it's not got the strength underneath it. Now I have got some more cardboard to glue to the bottom to give it a bit more of a strong base. In fact, I've got a piece of wood to glue to the bottom to give it some strength. And I hear pings, and I'm looking at you, Nauticelt. Is that you? Or is that my co-worker pinging me? It was you, Nauticelt. I see you. I have seen the knot and knot thing where you pull them together. I have seen that one before. Like a lot of things, I've seen the thing where you tie a knot and pull it together. I'm sure it had a name, but I was unaware of it. So, that's definitely an option in life. But as you say, there are other options, which, let's face it, there are other options in. And so when people kind of show you a knot and give it a stupid name, quite a lot often, as you and I both know, half these things have a dozen names and it's all the same crap. So let's not pretend that it's anything more complicated than it is. I have seen the kind of tie a knot, round a knot, pull it together, to join two threads together. Because obviously, for example, I think the main time I was trying to do that was on one of my early streams when I was doing a sample and I didn't want to rewind the bobbins and they were still really, really full, like the bobbins on the current thing. And I'm going to have to move that before the dog knocks it, to be honest, because I'm not in the mood to be picking out bobbins. But I tried to do the weaver's knot with the bunny ears bullshit, and 90% of them didn't work. In the end, I just did an overhand knot with the two pairs and just kind of went, screw it, because it's not for the queen. It's a test. It can have lumps in it. I'm really not that bothered. Let's not pretend that it's got to be perfect here. So let's be reasonable. That's not the right pair, actually. Undo that. Now I've got to think about that because for some reason my brain is having to think about this. No, this is right. For some reason, I'm not sure. How? No, this is right. It's right. For some reason, my brain has just fundamentally farted. And it's because my brain fundamentally farted. It's okay. Because, of course, you start with two pairs. But because I've put the other pairs, some more pairs on, I don't have the two pairs off the first pin, and my brain was going, but there should be two off the first pin. I'm sure I put two on the first pin. I'm sure I put two on the pin. You did, but you've used them in adding the other pairs, which is how it works. Stupid woman. So yes, this is not the ideal cushion for this stand. I've got a different stand, but I don't really want to extract it out of where it is because it's behind a pile of crap, and I should have given it a bit more thought. And I didn't, so bad me. But let us do the test square. I do like these bobbins. They're a bit fat for this because if you imagine this is only a handful of them, by the time we've got 15 on here, it's going to be plenty. Because we're not even 5 in yet. I think we are 5 in, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I've got 6 pairs. So, and there's 15, so there's another 10. That's going to fill this cushion, and it's only 15 bobbins, whereas there's 48 on the other cushion. So the size of the bobbin really does count when it comes to some of this. And much as I really like these bobbins, I am finding them a pleasant to hold and work with. I like the shape of them. I like the weight of them. Don't like the fact that this is also tapered in the so it's free to go all wobbly and loose like this one is, but which is a bit annoying. It seems to be a trend, and I don't like that trend. But the actual bobbin itself is pleasant. It's quite weighty. I definitely like these. I just wish that. I need to find the ideal bobbin for what I'm doing, and at the moment I'm not sure which bobbin is the best because there are choices after all. And I think, to be honest, those Danish ones I've got are probably the better ones. They're skinnier. they've got an even neck, so that's quite a good option for that. They still roll, but they're skinnier. And the only problem is they're quite light, and I quite like the heavier factor of it all. Now, I need to work out. Oh, Rory. I need to add a pair. That's what we're at. So I bought the bobbin stand thing that I vaguely showed, which you can't really see very well because it's big. Well, it's not big, but it's too big for the gap between the thing and the stand. What I'll do is when we've taken the bobbins off, I will show you it a bit better because it collapses a bit, and I can show you the collapsed size of it. It's what you do is it has slots on the top, and it well, and that's the thing, isn't it? The problem is I didn't like, she says, looking for it. She had it earlier. I hate those Honiton bobbins. Tiny toothpicks, frankly. Because they're too light. If they were made out, if they had like metal cores, I'd probably like them. There was a bit more weight to them. I'd love those. But because they're made out of balsa wood or something, no, they're not, but it feels like it. You know, literally, I can blow and that will move. I don't want that in my life. I want a bit more weight to it. And you can't add weight to it, and I don't want to put spangles on it, because we all know I hate spangles. So, these, you can have a crap load of these in a small space. But I hate them, because they're tiny. I need kind of like steroidal Honiton bobbins. So that they're that kind of shape, skinny-ish, but beefier than that. And it is the kind of thing, almost pencil-sized. Because, for example, if you look at this crochet hook, for example, the crochet hook is about the same size as a Honiton bobbin. But this weighs like 10 times that, because it's got, well, it's made of plastic and with a metal end on it, but it weighs 10 times this. Well, I've got man hands, frankly. First of all, I kind of have chubby fingers. I haven't always had chubby fingers, but I've always had fairly large hands. And I mean, they're not ridiculously, it's not like they're foot-long hands or something. They're not comedy hands. But at the same time, well, but at the same time, as someone who is not delicate, Honiton bobbins are very suited for that, and clearly not for me. So, and that's fine, because, well, I recognise that they are not for me. What I need is I need like Honiton bobbins that are made of something heavier. And I don't know what that is. Now, I do have, I think it's 6 or 9 Midland style bobbins made of brass. Now, they are a thing of glory. In fact, they're too heavy in general for use. But that's the kind of crap I want. That's kind of where I feel I need to be at. Is the, kind of almost the, can we make them out of brass? And as I say, this pillow is really not ideal on this table because there's nothing, it works best on my lap, frankly. Which is fine, because of course that was where I used it. And because it really does wobble quite a lot, it is not best suited for this table, because it's moving too much. I could go and get the piece of wood. But I might need to trim said piece of wood, because I think it's a bit big. Because I did get a piece of wood with it in mind, As I said though, this is a test square and it gave me an excuse to play with my new bobbins, so that's more. And because there weren't that many bobbins, I thought it was always going to, you know, how bad could it be? And the answer is, they are quite chunky. They will be absolutely fantabulous on my bolster pillow. And that is also very true. I too have learnt that one. It is either you did something stupid, such as you pinned through it and tugged it, or you speared it with your crochet hook and frayed it, and then it went tink, and now you're in a really bad mood. Or the dog knocks your pillow off, and then potentially it is the bobbin because the bobbin was heavier than desired, but you also didn't expect it to make a 3-foot leap on the floor and end with a solid stop, and therefore jerk every single thread. So win some, lose some. I need a pin. So these are the slightly thicker pins. Hello. We like the slightly thicker pins because they don't bend from saying the word bin. They are 0.1 millimeter thicker pins than the predecessing pins for on the square. And this is the only reason I hate this kind of bobbin where it's got a taper here, because it comes undone for no apparent reason, then it can, and there is just no excuse for it all because it just untwiddles itself. Which is why I moved some of them up, but because it's I'm struggling to make a knot out of it, because it is because it's got a bit in the middle, you can kind of rely on it to stay put, which is quite nice. It's not going to go too far. And obviously now I know I will in future wind them at the top, not from the bottom. I definitely like these, but these work absolutely fantabulously on my bolster cushion, which of course is what they're primarily designed for, but they're also me sized because I'm a bit chunky and clunky, and so to me these bobbins feel me shaped and I like them. It's just unfortunate that they take up too much space on a pillow like this, so you need something where you're not going to have 500 billion bobbins on it, that's for sure. She says finding a bent pin. How the hell did I have a bent pin? But it's not that bent, so it's going in anyway. Done, you ungrateful bobbin. Now I'm confused as to where I was because you are an ungrateful bobbin, and I can't see. I can't tell if threads are over or under, and so I can't tell who needs to go where at all. And this light is now in my head. Try this again. So, have I got something I can put on these to denote these as workers? Tape. That's fair enough. Hug the dog. We all insist that you give dogs smooches from each and every one of us. By the way. So, let's put a marker on these two. The dirtiest marker of all. Some painter's tape. But means I can find them. That's a good thing. Right. Start this. Keep you snug. Right. I need another pair of bobbins. Bobbins. So we go through bobbins quite quickly, to be honest. You've come undone. So 1, 2, 3, 4. What? 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. That's why, because you were ahead of your time. I need you to come in now, which is fine. I need you to be cross. That's better. Roll back? That's rude. Come on, stay there. By the way, yes, this thread is green. For anyone who was wondering if this is green, yes, it is green. Why green? Because it's the most piss-puss green that I've ever seen in my life. And I do not imagine me requiring it for any other reason. Therefore, it'd make great experimental thread. Because, well, I've got like a kilometre of it. So, experimentations are definitely the thing. Sleepy puppies. rolling. What are you getting stuck on? Caught on something. Probably this. Let's wind you up. And you, because you're really long. Right. Nearly there. Oh, I wish I could sit properly on my couch, but there's a little black dog filling most of it. Not being helpful, man. But he's doing a very good impression of being asleep. He's not, but he's doing a good impression. Too full, thanks for that, because you just twiddled underneath. Adds in 3 minutes. Yeah, I definitely see, definitely going to have to remember to wind these bobbins at the top, because these bobbins come undone very easily that way. There's nowhere for me to put my feet with you there. Because I've got to sit at a funny angle, I can't put my feet anywhere. And I've lost feeling in one of my feet. I need blood to return to it. That would be really pleasant. You're all pretending to be cute, aren't you? Got your little paws all tucked up under your chin. A little sort of snoozy face on. See if I can share with you a picture of the snoozy monster. So I will email it to myself. Okay. Oh, thank you for paying your thing online that I actually paid 48 hours ago. Thanks for that. Thanks for noticing, Royal Mail. Well done. Sending to myself. Picture of snooziness. And let me go to my computer. See if I can share with you the joy to behold that is the snooziness. I am sharing here. Hang on. Why have I got a male entitled Rory? I can't see the picture. What the fuck's wrong with you, computer? Ah, this message has no content. Well, I told you to attach a picture of it. Cheers for that. Let's try that again. Attach a picture of Rory. Send it. Oh, you're going to actually ask me how big you want me to send it this time. Oh goodness, why is life so complicated? Doesn't take that long to send a couple of meg, seriously it does not. You did capture it in the spam bin, there it is. There it is. That was a bit big. Open image in new tab. Okay. I said open it, not close it. Oh, it's just for Christ's sake. Let me show you this, because this is the cutest thing. It is indeed exceptionally cute. Look at this little snoozing puppy. Is he or is he not being exceptionally cute? Unlike his sister, who is not being so exceptionally cute, she's being quite annoying actually. But this is my little snoozy puppy, who's snoozing right where I want to sit, because he's annoying like that. And yes, I am aware that this is poorly designed, but it was a hack and I didn't want to have more pairs of bobbins than I needed. So yes, I am aware that my edge will go in for the cloth stitch bit. Bite me! I am aware of this, for I made it. Right. That's you all dealt with. Now we need to twiddle you round and make you shorter because you're too long dangling off the edge. Now we need to add the last few bobbins. Oh, I didn't pull that out. Bobbins. Actually, technically, let's go in there. Let's put you in there. We need another. Well, actually, you can use the same pin. I'm not kidding. You can use the same pin. Doesn't really matter. And then we do the cross, twist, cross. And then we put the pin in the hole. And take this one out. Put the pin in there. Actually, slightly less than ideal. Never mind. Let's cross twist. Because it's not holding that still actually. Let's backtrack a sec. You are supposed to be held by the pin. How am I going to do that? I know what I can do. I can undo it momentarily. Plonk you there. Plonk you there. Untwist you by looking at you. Which is easier said than done. Because I need to take my glasses off because it's too close to, I need it closer to my face than that. So, round you go like that. And you come through here. That makes you two separate bobbins again. There we go. Right. Let's try. Let's be a bit more sensible about it this time. So we're going to do cross, twist, put the pin in that we need here, and then cross, twist, cross. It's a little overkill, but it gives us our starting point for this, which is what we need. So, do, and I can use you for now, because you're here. Cross, twist, cross, and twist. Twist, and why are you quite so short? It'd be too long. Twist. Let's put you around there for a minute. I get these four and do cross and twist and cross and twist. Oh, my back. Rory, you really aren't helping. And no, Amy, I do not need your help. Just because Rory's not helping does not mean that a little brown dog is better. No, standing on me does not make it better. No, if anything, actually that hurts more. Because you're pulling me even more off kilter. You really would think my back would be used to this by now, but it's not getting the hang of it, is it? No. Miss. Thank you. You're a good girl, mostly. But you're not helping. No. No, you're not. Oh, here you go. Last ones. can even count. Go me. So, bobbins. Pair of bobbins. Crossed. Twist. Pinhole. Cross. Twist. Cross. Let's take you out because you're done. No more bobbins to add. It's fine. So, twist. Feeling a little crowded, but this is maximum quantity of bobbins, so that's a good thing. You're done with. You're done with. Oh my god, I can sit properly on my chair. Hang on a sec, let me readjust. Hurrah! This is possibly the most comfortable position I will have sat in for a really, really long time. Okay, so now we need to bring all of these. Why are you underneath? Oh no. Hang on. Why are you underneath? Oh, not you. Because you've come out the other end for the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's too many. So, why is this weird? It's because you're not next. Duh. Right. One too many. sitting on my sofa like I should have been all along, because this is a different pillow and all of that, and I can sit where I should be comfortable, but because my back's been at a funny angle because of the dog for the last like hour, my back really hurts. The joys of being me. And this is the tiniest square, as we have worked out already. This has not added up, people. Hang on. How has this not added up? Because it's not like there was a lot of choices in the matter. How are you over there? Okay. Well, you're not wrong yet, but you are wrong somehow, because I think I know what I did wrong. Okay. Just knock my scissors on the floor. Arse. Need those for later. Yeah. Let's put them out of the way. Stop knocking my pillow. When I included these two, I actually don't think I meant to. So let me roll back slightly. Where are we at? We are at here. We need to open this pin and we need to go over. It's not far. I was supposed to let it on. So then, how in the name of mercy is this wrong? Is it not wrong? But it is wrong, because the one on the inside is already done, and this is where we put the pin in. So I've gone wrong somewhere. I need to look at my pretty pattern. Hang on. What did I do then that was so stupid? Because I can't. I hate the thing that flashes screens at you. Mini test. Cough. Oh, I meant to show you this. This is the contraption. She says not seeing what you're seeing. So this is the contraption. It's got little slits in it, and you can hang your pairs through any of the little slits, which makes it great for hanging your bobbins, which is exactly what it was designed for. Right, let me get back to this. So I went in. How can this have gone wrong? How can this be wrong? Didn't miss any. Or did I do something funky here? No. Somehow it's wrong. How is... I'm looking at the zigzags I've got on my screen. The zigzags on my screen show as printed. So, and I went that side then that side, so that's right. So I didn't go about it the wrong direction. So it should all add up. But it's not. This is why I hate life. Nothing ever adds up. Right. So, fuck off, dog. There should be 5 pins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I know what's wrong with it. I have 2, I think. In the spot there. 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've got 2. Arse all the way back there. Us hairs. So, what can we do about this? Because we can't necessarily... Actually, we might be able to frig it. Yeah, we might be able to frig this. Can't believe I'm undoing this much of it on a test square. But, because the actual square, of course, is not important. It's the joining of the square that's important. So the reality is it doesn't matter if it's right or not. But we are trying to be good little people and not screw it up, because, well, we want it to be representative of future world. So, except it's green, obviously. This is spinning like a spinny thing, so I can't shorten it easily because it's spinning. So. We need to do is get back as far as we can, which is kind of about here-ish, because one, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a half, so that's not okay. Well, not okay, it's weird. Right. So we can't go back any further, but what we can do is get a sharp pokey stick, and we can slide you down, get rid of you from it, and attach this pin here with a bit of assistance, out of that and over the head, and then similarly, you, no, not you, none of you, I want this pin, yes, this pin, who is in a hole, but is in the wrong, well, he's in the right hole, but his friend is not in the right hole. So you should be there. Right. So, now where's my work pair? There they are. So you are now going to the edge, and that makes more sense because the outer pair is not involved, which makes more sense now. Oh, I need to turn that off. I need that one. Oh, he's just sent me an email, but whoever it was, I don't care. Close that, hide that. Dear me. Right, so now we can pin this pinhole and work our way back with a bobbin that's coming undone, which is going to be annoying in a minute. In fact, it's already annoying. Don't like it in. Undo this and redo bobbin, or at least enough of bobbin to we don't care if we're twisting it because we just don't care. Right, so 1, 2, 3.5. So clearly, right. You now go in the corner. There, twist, twisty. You come out, which gives us the 3, so we have the right number of bobbins, which is always a bonus. And we need you to, and you're twisted, so that's already good. And then we put the thing in the hole, even if it's only just kind of sort of the right hole, because we're never making this square again with any luck. Or if we are, we can always print it out again. It won't kill us. So I can't even make a simple little square that I designed, you know, this morning without screwing it up. So, you know, is it too surprising when I make mistakes on the bigger one? Oh dear. Backety ache, backety ache, backety ache. It's gone into full spasm. Just fuck off, dog. She really is annoying. When I'm not doing something for like 2 milliseconds. Where's the other one with the... Oh, it is the other one. Okay, that's right. I couldn't fill the piece of paper on it. I'm not doing something for like 2 milliseconds. She wants to be right in my face. As much as I love her dearly, not that much I don't. I could do without that. Don't need dog in face. It's not a desperate desire I have, and that doesn't look right at all. What the hell's going on here then? So, it's better. Pin. Now we can make you a bit longer. There we go. And you, because you're short. They do plough these bobbins do. Where the hell did that go? I had a pin in my hand and I felt it ping. I don't know where it went. he'd launched into that far an orbit. There it is. And that's far too many bobbins. Should only be 3, not 4. And they were all right number a minute ago, so how did I screw this up? Did I add too many bobbins? I think I did. Because I think I added some and then I think I added some, so... I think I went through a pair I wasn't supposed to. Oh, for Christ's sake, why can I not see what thread is on top of another thread? And why it's like USB ports, whatever you do, both of them are wrong. So you have a pair, you have a pair. You're out of it. You are now out of it, which gives us 3. Add a pair. And you are crossed, that's fine. Pin it. That's you all dealt with. Really ought to think of something to eat. The problem is I don't like to eat at you. But at the same time, I do need to eat. But I also know if I take a break and wait till I've uploaded this then makes the second stream for this really late. And then that doesn't upload till late. And it just makes for a really crappy time. So I try to stay streaming, but then of course I'm hungry and irritable, because I get hungry and irritable, and there's no win. I need to find a way of winning at this. Surely should be a way to win. I didn't cross it, you arse. Down the first triangle. some more drink. I need to annoy the dog, who's annoying me, so I assume they're out of water. And I will... how long? We've got 15 minutes for ads. What I'll do is I'll run some ads now and be right back at the same time. And I shall see you here shortly. Okay, so we have returned. I have drink, dogs have drink, dogs also have dinner, which is possibly another good option. But then they'll want to come and thank me for their dinner, which is one of those things. Right, I have turned my pillow. As you can see, it's not, unlike the other pillow, it's not very square because, well, it's a rectangle. So from that point of view, the bobbins are very much potentially in the way. Let's make you longer. Because we don't need to be using you for a minute. You can do with being longer. So you're all tilting off to the side now. Yeah. Let's make all of you. Now we haven't got quite so much sideways movement this time, but we shall make it work. Oh look, you've really done strange things. You've jumped the barrier. There you go. So, let's have a look. One thing that always puzzles me, and I mean I have fairly dry skin as a whole. I look and it always seems to be like I have excessive dandruff of the lace pad. It's because, but my hands don't have dry skin, it's only my face. So how come it constantly looks like, and I don't actually think it's all, I don't think it's skin. I think quite a lot of it is actually flakes of thread or otherwise, but it just kind of, it looks like it's skin, even if it's not, you know? And it just kind of looks really gross, actually. And the fact that it's on camera makes it even more gross, because then other people can see it. finish this square, but at the same time my back doesn't want me to. I'm in a little bit of a quandary as to what to do. I did hope that the bending down and giving my back a bit of a stretch, because it pops when I lean down. Obviously the weight of my head, boobs, etc. is enough of it to make it pop. So quite a few bits of me went pop as I bent down to do the dogs. So I was hoping that that would cheer it up, because obviously that helps free up a few things, and well, clearly it stretches them a little bit and all that kind of stuff. So I thought that would cheer it up a little bit, and to an extent it has. So if I sit as I am, really leaning back as far as I can on this couch, because well, it's not really a practical thing to do, I can feel it calming down, but I can't work lace from here, because I mean that's as far as forward as I can reach, so I can't stay here and do that. But it is calming down slightly, so maybe this is the key, to let it sit and chill briefly a little more. For some reason I feel like I'm sitting on the wrong foot. I sit with one foot tucked under my knee. Rory, do not be catapulting this. No, it's not for doggies. No, I know I fed you. I'm a kind, loving human. Can you not lean into the lace cushion? Because I know what will happen with you. You'll scatter it across the floor. Sitting on my other foot. That feels a bit more normal. Sit on the other foot, but then of course now I'm leaning the wrong direction. Have you ever noticed it's like you can lie on one side but maybe not the other, or you know, you like your phone on one side but not the other, or the window's got to be on one side or the other, so your monitor's facing certain directions and stuff, and how your body really doesn't like it when you're not. And I usually sit on my left foot, so I'm now sitting on my left foot, but I'm now facing that way. Well, you can't really see. Facing that way, but over here. So, what, you know, the there are plenty of knots, and they all give them stupid names, so kind of not surprised. Rory, what are you doing? Either come up or get out. Choice is yours. There was a whole couch and you got up on it. It's a good boy. No, that doesn't mean come and stand on me. My little man. Oh, my little man. Ah, little man. Yes, I fed you. You got fed, and where's mine? Where's mine? Did you bring me my share? Because when I have food, you expect to share. So where's my share? Where's mine? I'm hungry too. Oh, mummy. Come on, off you get. Just trying to wrap myself around this again. See if I can push it back a bit. Hang on. Let me do this without making you all seasick. I'm sorry, what? A magic no-end knot that has two ends. That sounds like something that needs to be done under the Trades Description Act somehow. How do you have a no-ends knot that has ends? I mean, isn't that the definition of no ends? I mean... Hello to my computer mouse, by the way. That's all that is in the corner. Looks so skinny. Oh. Right, where are we at now? We are at reintroducing the... We need to get some of you for a bit. You have a no ends knot that has ends. I mean, should have bought a bigger bit of wood by the looks of it. We'll have to do a big video on crafting knots and the actual name for them so that people can look up different ways of doing them, because they've not got some dumb name that some woman or whatever has made up on the spot, calling it, you know, the no ends knot. I mean, I bet it's got a much better name than that somewhere. North to Celts craft knot conversion video. That's what it is. That's what we need. Crafting knots demystified. Different ways to do things, like we were saying earlier, is sometimes, you know, person A explains how to do something and your brain just goes, nope, not accepting that. That is not a thing. Frankly, I think you're a liar and a con man, and, you know, you should leave the building, right? Even though they're being perfectly reasonable. On other situations, you see someone who does some form of frigging voodoo, and your brain goes, yeah, I get that. And you're kind of like, so you get that, but not this really simple thing that we were discussing yesterday. No. The thing yesterday was utter bullshit. Today's thing makes perfect sense, even though it's like one of those videos where they kind of move things around a kind of rectangle and are adding or taking pieces away, and doing it kind of sleight of hand under their hand and trying to pretend that it didn't happen. And you're kind of going, well, I can see that there was one there and now there's two, so I'm not stupid. Or the one where they do the cards and it's like, memorise your card, and they show you 5 cards and you go, right, I know, King of Hearts. And on the next thing, of course, King of Hearts isn't there. That's because none of the 5 cards are there. That if you had a black 9, so it was clubs, it will now be spades. If you had a red king, it will now be the other one, right? And so none of the cards are there. And if you remember more than one, you'll discover that, well, both of them are wrong, and then you eventually work out that it's all of them. And, you know, it's one of those kind of, you know, your brain will happily accept that that's true, but at the same time, you know, when you actually need it to, no, 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 can't possibly be doing that. No, 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 sirree, you know. No, I'm gaining from that side, aren't I? Yes, I'm gaining this side, so I want you. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we add 1. 5. It's getting a bit crowded up in the reject pile here. But that's okay. We can cope with that. And I bet you Nautica, half the people on that who tried to follow that video went, this makes no frigging sense whatsoever, and tried really hard to follow it, but for some reason it, you know, just didn't sit with them. And they've gone away going, I don't understand this voodoo, clearly I'm too stupid to do this, I should just hang my hat up and give up on it now. When the truth of it is that it's more about the explanation than it is about the actual problem, if you know what I mean. You seem to be a little bit tight, shall we call it. I should loosen you. Even though you're done. A little bit tighter, there we go. You can't come out again, so... And of course, that helps because you are a knotting person. If it is not something you are so familiar with, and maybe you are doing it with the tiniest of threads, because I know from weaving, because I like weaving with 8/4 cotton, this is the equivalent of about 42 cotton. So this is considerably thinner. Now, I was reading recently of one of my favourite weavers, and she was using 42 cotton for her weaving, and I'm sitting there going, fuck, that's kind of what I do lace making with. I wouldn't think to weave with that, because just the number of threads an inch, just it doesn't scare me. It's just so daunting having to put on 8 billion threads to make you know a handkerchief or something. It's the same with lace making. You know, needing 98 billion bobbins, i.e. warp threads, or threads in general, is really not a pleasant thought. So, you know, it is the kind of recognition that, you know what, this might not be a me thing. Let's park this and let's call this not a me thing. Let's recognise that this is not going to be one I'm interested in. And don't get me wrong, the things she makes are utterly beautiful, but I'm not prepared to, you know, go that insane. I mean, I'm pretty nuts, but, you know, girl's got to have a limit, right? And I have done, it's not that I haven't done weaving with infinitely small threads, because I have. I used the finest of sewing cotton in one of my cushions that I made, but it was a supplementary set of threads, and its only real job was to stop the bigger, bulkier threads having too long a float and flapping about. Didn't really do a lot else, and it was there to kind of tie up some of the, well, it didn't even really do that. It did, but you used it in part to hold the rest of it together. It wasn't really part of the pattern. It was not, you know, you weren't supposed to see it, kind of thing. And so it was, I really love those cushions, and I really need to do some more of that. It's called Lampas or something. Spelled exactly how I say it. So Lampas, Lampas, right? It's called Lampas, right? And in essence, it's summer and winter with tiny tie-down threads, rather than fat threads. So from that point of view, it is a great and glorious thing, and I loved it. I loved how it turned out. They are some of my most favourite things I've woven. But at the same time, warping it was a nightmare, because you had these infinitely tiny, wanting to tie in knots and cross and twist and snap your fingers off, because inevitably somehow it would wrap around your finger and then pull tight. It was definitely trying to chop my fingers off. It was distinctly unpleasant. And I'm really glad, in a way, that I didn't use the thread that I bought for it, because I bought some upholstery thread, because I thought, well, I want it to be fairly strong. I don't want it to, you know, break the moment someone sits on it or something. I'll use that. And of course I forgot. I used standard, well, I put it next to my cones of black sewing thread, so when I went to pick them up, I picked up a cone. I didn't pick up the right cone, I picked up the thin sewing thread. So from that point of view, that was a bit of a natural disaster that could have gone better. But, you know, the end product turned out to be phenomenal. So I'm really pleased with how it turned out, but I wouldn't want to do it for all my threads. It was bad enough doing it like one thread in 4 or whatever it was. I think it was 1 in 4, something like that. That was distinctly bad enough, thanks. You know, let's not be doing that one again in a hurry, you know. But as I said, I did really like how it turned out, so from that point of view, I would definitely make it again, and other things like it. Absolutely. And now I've got my drawer loom, because I didn't have it at the time, I could make far more complicated patterns. And when I mean far more complicated patterns, I mean like infinitely more complicated patterns. And that would be a great and glorious thing. And I could probably do my bedspread kind of in one piece with a bit of thought. Although that could be a bit overly complicated. But I'm sure I could do something with it. Now, I'm going to apologise now and repeat the apology a few times over the next week or so. 2 weeks, potentially. Apparently, on the 28th, on the Sunday, I am going to be busy. And I may not have time to stream lace making, or any crafting for that matter. But I may be streaming a game that I have been supporting now for just over a year or so, which is my kind of game. made by my kind of people, which is the fact that these people are nice people. Some of this is wood actually, because this one's really rough. Look, you can see it's the wood coming off. It's not dandruff. See, look, so it's a game called Monsters and Memories, and it is designed to be a little like EverQuest of old, but it's not EverQuest. It's just like EverQuest of old, to an extent, but completely different. And one of the most admirable parts of this particular group of people is that most games who want most people who want to make a game write a big look, do a bit of a video about how great and wonderful this game's going to be, and it's going to be the dog's nuts and everything, right? And then they say, but we need your money. So can you pay like £500 to £1,000 worth of money? You vile dog. You big burpy girl. Go on. And we might make you a game from it. And I've been bitten a couple of times now. I don't tend to spend more than I can't afford to lose. It was a thing my father taught me, which is never effectively bet more money than you're prepared to kiss goodbye. But one particular game, I would say recently, except that it's not, it's like 12 years ago. One game that was due to be in a similar vein really bit me, because at the time, when they kind of came cap in hand to people going, hey, can we have some money? They had a playable game that looked really cool. And it looked to be everything that I and many others wanted. So we backed it. And shortly after this amazing, hey, give us a load of money, they kind of went a bit quiet. Then at some point, the guy leading the charge died. And don't get me wrong, very tragic, very unfortunate for the product. But it was almost like the moment he died, they went, thank fuck he's dead, threw everything in the bin and started again. Now, I can kind of understand that, because obviously, the guy leading the charge said, we will do this, and maybe that's not what the rest of them wanted, and now he was gone. They could go, well, now we don't have to. We'll do what we wanted to do, because it'll be 50 times better. But when you've taken people's money, and you don't actually tell them that's kind of what you're doing initially, it doesn't go down very well. And then later after that, it turned out that they also did it again. In essence, they threw everything in the bin and started again. And so this time last year, for the first time in like 10 years, I got an email from them and it said, yo, fancy doing a playtest? Well, hell yeah, I've been waiting 10 years for this. This has got to be cool. I logged into something that looked like I set it up last week. I have made the very kind of bare bones of a multiplayer thing. So I made an area, say a little bit like it's called a plane, so it's flat like my lace pillow. I put a couple of objects on it, and you could spawn people into it and run around. And you could see the other people. You could jump up and down. You couldn't speak because I hadn't done any of that, but you could kind of jump up and down and go boing, boing, boing as a hello, and they'd go boing, boing, boing back, right? And it worked. That took me 3 hours. Their game had more than that. But given I'd achieved that in 3 hours, I could, they didn't really have models for their players, so everyone logged in and looked the same. There was only one race. They had a few classes, but the classes weren't really different, if you know what I mean. They claimed, they had different spells, but it kind of all worked out the same. They had an elementary craft system in it that didn't really work. It just felt like something you'd done over your week off, right? Or a bunch of interns have had it for a couple of months, right? It was not a quality piece of work, And frankly, most of us were really quite disappointed. And then a little while later, it must have been a month later, hey, we're going to do another playtest. Great. Oh, it must have moved on leaps and bounds. No. Barely any different. In fact, if you had to be really paying attention to even notice what had changed. And it really was quite disappointing because, they were now, hey, well, if you up your donation, you can, dude, I paid you enough money and look what you've not done with it so far, right? I am not giving you another penny until we get something that's a bit better. Come on, Rory. Come on. Come on. Yes, you and your butt. Come on. So, by kind of February this year, not a lot had changed. And I was frankly bored because there really wasn't that much you could do in game because, well, there was one zone, there was, a broken load of this, and the classes weren't that different, and it was just kind of snooze, right? During the same time, I'd run across this lot, and they too had done playtests. First time, bear in mind, they'd only been building this for a couple of years. First time I logged into their game, we had a choice of quite a few classes, quite a few races. There were multiple zones. There was an element of crafting, although, frankly, it's a little hit and miss, but that's really not that big of a deal. And it was kind of everything the other game hadn't been, because at no point does this other team want your money. They actively refuse your money. People, oh, how can we pay to help you do this? You can't. Don't want it. They don't want our money until they've proved to themselves that the game is going to be worth it. Which automatically raises them somewhat in the you're cool stakes, because, well, they're not grabbing your money because they don't want your money. They are proving that your money will be worth it by making making a game first. Now, the original game that I spoke of has now gone into early access, and yes, they finally now have added a couple of races. Technically, I won't say you've got racial abilities. I wouldn't stretch it that far. You do have a few default, ogres are naturally stronger with more stamina. Elves are naturally more agile by like a point. And the models do look pretty good. I mean, the ogres, and I can't remember what they're called. They've got some kind of demony looking thing. They do look pretty cool, but it looks cheap. It looks like, so for example, originally I think they didn't build it in Unity, and they've now built it in Unity. But stay over there, I don't want you. So they built it in Unity, which is fine. Now, originally it was something else, so okay, maybe, you had reasons to move to use it to Unity, but you should still have had the logic, you should still have had, the models would work between the two. There feels no reason why everything got thrown in the bin at least twice that we know of, right? And so for the first lot who've taken a lot of money to have so little to show for it, you log in and it feels like an intern job. It feels, like you've thrown it together. You've built a couple of bits, but they're not really in there yet. You're not using them, but you built them, and it just feels really unfinished. Now, Monsters and Memories is not perfect. It's really not. but it's also not flawed. It's just not finished. Which is fine, because they're not pretending that it is. And so, on the 28th, there is going to be a stress test. Now, the stress test usually is an absolute bun fight. It's, you know, for the first 10, 15 minutes, it would not be too surprising if the game was completely unplayable, right? But they get valuable data and then act upon it. Well, isn't that the point? Isn't that what you should be doing with data like this? It is important to, you know, make the most of it. And so I like to help them when I can, by doing my bit to do any testing and bug hunting. And one of my favourite abilities, it seems, is to find holes in geometry, and weirdties like that. But Liz Biscuits, it's a long story. Liz Biscuits will be busy on the Sunday, and she will be streaming Monsters and Memories and doing the stress test, unless they say we can't stream it, of course. But they haven't yet, so we shall find out. Whereas, of course, originally with the other game, you weren't supposed to stream it. People were, and didn't get into trouble for it, so they relaxed it, and it was just a shit show. So I will be doing that, and I will be having a whale of a time. It's not one of their kind of 48-hour jobs, which is a shame, but it costs them money to keep servers up, so, you know, if they're not feeling generous in that direction, can't really blame them. It is their money, and it is their personal money, more to the point. So, you know, definitely can't begrudge them that. So I will be busy being an ogre, doing ogre-y things, given the chance. Because for some reason I like being an ogre. I think it's because I identify as fat. But yes, so on that day there is a very low chance of stream of lace making variety, and far more likely, should there be a stream, it will be me playing a game. So forewarned, if it's not your thing to watch, that's perfectly fine, but I will announce it as part of the, you know, I'm going live thing, saying, you know, I'm going live playing Monsters and Memories. So pay attention, 28th, it is not going to be lace related. Or if it is, it's going to have to be much earlier in the day. It's a pity it's a Sunday. Pretty sure the 28th is a Sunday. No, 28th is a Friday, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't 28th a Friday? 28th is a Friday. Oh, fucking excellent. I can be up all night then. For as long as they require. So it'll be a Friday evening. So you'll be alright. I'll do a really short lace thing early Friday then. And on the Friday, lunchtime. And then need to buy in some snacks. Gameplay and snacks is definitely a thing. I think they're only going to do it for 5 hours or something. It's funny, 5 hours of that will go by in a blink of an eye for me. 5 hours of this, bear in mind we've done 5 hours of this. This has not felt like a blink of an eye, but I can tell you now, 5 hours of Monsters and Memories will pass me so much quicker. Not that this is dragged. Please understand, this is not dragging, but... Ooh! Oh, blimey! Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid. I don't know what to do with you all. Oh my goodness, I feel so humbled. Hello, how are you? So yes, I am slightly overwhelmed with peoples. Oh my goodness. I am making a test square. So we have deviated from my normal triangle setup because we finished triangle number 7. And we are now on to a test square because someone has suggested... It is clicky clacky. So someone had suggested a better way to do the final joining of the ends in you know, when I get round to the beginning. So here I am. I need to do a test square where I can try it out. And part of the reason I am not convinced and so want to do it on a test square is for those who knit stroke crochet, much clicky clacky. These are slightly different bobbins. These do clicky clacky even more. I have too many bobbins. I have overly in great stunnage of extra people. I included some bobbins I didn't need to. Never mind, undo that bit. Only have to undo a little bit. Ow! Hang on. There you go. So you were already out of it. Now I pin you. That makes more sense. So yes, I am excited to see more, but I want to see the end result because obviously this is if this works it should be good. But I have a fear. So as I was saying, if you do knitting or crochet, we are used to sewing in ends. Well, there's an advantage when knitting and crochet, and that is of course that you have a wrong side or big fluffy yarn to be poking a needle through. With lace making being 99% whole, hiding ends in it is really kind of, well, it doesn't sound entirely practical, and this is what this person has suggested. Now we have a magic tool. It's I've got 2 of them, slightly different shapes. So I've got this one, which is a straight needle with a bend at the end of it, and I've now got this one which has a more curved top to it. And the idea is you push it through the pinhole, you feed a bobbin through the hole that you made between the thread that you put in it, and you then pull it through. You then push bobbin through that, and you've kind of made a bit like a hitch knot, but it's not quite. But you make a bit of a knot with it, and you now have bobbins to kind of, you've joined to the loop of the hole and a working pair of bobbins, which is great. But the idea of this sewing in thing is you then go through other pinholes with the end rather than leaving the little bunny ears chop off thing that you normally get. So in theory, sounds really, really great. In practice, however, because it is 90% whole and stupidly thin threads, I have this kind of distinct feeling that it's just going to look bulky and crap, and this is not what I want for myself. I can see situations where it would not show so much, but I have a horrible feeling that on these squares it will show quite a lot, hence the test square. So my test square is made of, and that's the wrong pin, is made of the 3 elements that form the actual square. So for those who have not met the actual square, which obviously many of you newcomers will not, this is my actual square. This is square number 1 that I have completed. I have 17 more to go. Well, I've done 3/4 technically. I should update my thing now to show that I've done 3/4 of square number 2. But I have not finished yet square number 2. So clearly, you know, work to do. Thank you. The swear words that have gone into it, perhaps slightly less than gorgeous. I'm not going to, I'm not going to pretend that that has not been distinctly a part of the making process. And I was trying to explain to my boss how we do this for fun, but the fun seems to be swearing at it, cursing tiny little knots, twisted little threads, and sticking yourself with pins. And apparently this is fun. Well, and this is what I've said to a number of people. It's the, if you've never understood why someone has road rage, you clearly don't drive. Now, you may not have had actual road rage yourself, but I'm sure you've been really pretty mad at somebody at some point. If you haven't, where the hell are you driving? Because I need to come and live with you, because, it is generally, if you've been driving and you do a reasonable number of miles, i.e. you don't only go out at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning, right? Chances are you've run into some idiot that frankly should not have a driving licence. And it's the same kind of thing. If you work with computers and you tell me you've never been mad at it, what do you do with your computer? It's just one of those things, is that it kind of goes a little hand in hand. If you do one, you kind of have to do the other. Otherwise, insanity will ensue. Now, I as Daceman will happily tell you, I have set aside a project to ensure minor sanity is kept, which is that while my videos upload from spending too many hours doing this, I have a cross-stitch project. I've never done cross-stitch before, and like a complete brainiac, I picked 25 count, didn't I? Right? So I've done more of it now. But as I was trying to explain to my boss, well, and this is the thing, so there's me trying to explain to my boss, who has no idea what any of this cross stuff means. Whereas my previous boss did kind of, I won't say voluntarily, but he did have an understanding. The current one I don't think does quite have so much of an understanding. Am I going the wrong direction? Yes, I am. Let's undo that. So I should be going this way. And so, he had a far more, let's call it worldly brain, in that even though it wasn't his bag, he had logic to put together 2 and 2 and vaguely have an idea of what, because I can do analogies, so I can explain things in better ways. And, when I explained to my boss that the cross stitch is 1mm wide stitches, oh, is that small? Well, if you don't know how big a millimetre is, boss, please get off the road, because I know you drive. Rory, seriously, my love, you are a royal pain in the fur. He does this. I have 2 dogs. One is already behind me and will need to move momentarily, because the other one has now taken up his favourite. There she goes. That does not mean you get to stand on me either. No. No, what part of no is standing on me? If you see dog nose entering camera, don't be too surprised, because she does that. What? Yes, I love you too. But can we... I was kind of talking to people, and now I have a dog in my face. Yes, you're a good girl. And Rory turfed you out of the spot. Anyway, so, but, when your boss doesn't understand that millimetre stitches are small, well, they are, boss. They're a millimetre. I mean, let's think about this. That's quite small. So, sometimes you can't help some people, but I tried to explain to my boss that I was doing this, quote, for fun. And that, I was opting out of on-call, because I have now opted out of on-call, because I wish to devote more of my time to swearing at these things. And I explained that the predominance of the time is spent swearing at it and you know, tiny stupid pins with tiny stupid threads and tiny stupid holes and knots and tangles, and well, it just does not lead you to, you know, it's certainly not a spa day. It is quite stressful in its own right, but at the same time, one of the best. We all know that sometimes it's not the making journey that is the fun part, right? Sometimes we look at our projects and frankly setting it on fire seems like an option, right? Because we regret our life choices. And to be honest, while on camera that looks quite distinctly purple and shows up nicely, when you do it and you do like the forward slashes, because I'm a computer geek, they are the exact same hue as the cloth, but in a slightly pinkier tone. You only see the purple when you do the back slashes. So when you do the forward slashes and you've counted, right, I need 2 of those, skip a hole, 1 of those, skip a hole, 2 of those, you know, you've done all of that. You look back and you can't see which ones you did. So it is trying, and the word fun does not entirely cover it. But at the same time, looking at what you've done, and of course, hopefully, the final result, although slightly mad at it, because the pattern said, make an 8cm biscornu. And I thought 8 centimetres, that will go nice on. I mean, this is not my usual lace making pad. This is one I'm using for my trial square because, well, the one that I would normally use for this is already in use with the 3/4 of a square that I've done over there. So, and that pin's in the wrong place. And it's the wrong side of a thread. But the biscornu pattern said, yeah, you can have this and it will be 8 centimetres. No, it's not. The square you make the biscornus from is 8 centimetres. But as I demonstrated to someone earlier, and she doesn't have the same piece of paper, so let's use this piece of paper. Let's fold this around a little bit to make it a bit more square. So let's pretend that this is 8 centimetres. I know it's clearly not. I mean, it's clearly not, right? But if you have 8 centimetre square and then you fold the corners down like this to join the biscornu up with the other square that you have, well, this isn't now 8 centimetres, is it? It's less than 8 centimetres because that was 8 centimetres. This is going to be more like 6 or 5. And so the thing is going to be tiny. And frankly, I'm not a tiny, delicate person. I am far from a tiny, delicate person. And so as a result, I fear that this biscornu is not going to be fit for the purpose for which I require it. Which is slightly disappointing. Now, it's not going to be. It's still going to be pretty, and I'm not going to dispute that. I think it will look really nice. But it's tiny. It is the tiniest thing. I mean, it's going to be a pea on a drum, right? It's like me trying to cram myself into an A cup. It's just not a thing, right? It is terrible, and so very disappointedly let down from that. But I do feel a bit of a cross-stitch bug coming on, in that I am enjoying seeing it grow. Doing it, maybe not so much, but I do like, at the end of the day, But you see, I don't want cute, I need functional. I mean, let me introduce you to my current pin cushion. I have a 3-inch tomato, right? I don't tend to use it on here because it's round and I can't attach it to my cushion very well. And I also fear that when I have finished after many well, I feel that the cuteness and not wanting to use it factor will also be true, because after spending all those hours cursing away at little tiny stitches and the knots in the thread, and spending hours, you know, undoing a bit because it knotted in a corner and I hadn't noticed, and yeah, I've done plenty of that, and all the rest of it is, it's had too much blood, sweat and tears in it to just stick pins in it. You can't just stick pins in it now, and that would be insulting. So it'll probably go on a shelf and then get looked at as a prize look at thing, which is not ideal, obviously, because, you know, I'm not really a girl for ornaments. Although, at least saying that, at least I do have some ornaments. I have 3 wise robins, a woodpecker, a canine, and David Tennant as Doctor Who. I need to point that out, not David Tennant as a person, although that would also be acceptable. I would accept David Tennant as an ornament, but I'm not so sure he would be so happy with that. Yeah, Doctor Who's cool. Hence, by the way, for those who don't know, my dogs are called Rory and Amy. Okay? And yes, they are named after the Doctor's companions. And quite surprisingly, bear in mind, I named them before I met them. They came... if I'd known where they were when I agreed to have them, I probably would have said no. But at the same time, someone said puppies, right? They were abroad, so I didn't get to meet them until they were 4 months old. Because you have to go through a whole host of shots, and you can't just have standard puppy shots. You've got to have the rabies shot as well. And you can't have that for another month or 6 weeks after you've had your last puppy shot. So they end up being about 4 months old. And I had the singularly cutest pictures of them when they were really quite tiny. And the lady at the dog shelter that I was talking to, she sent me some pictures, and she goes, well, you know, we've got a lurcher, and it's like, oh, lurchers, well, lurcher. We've got an Alsatian. Yeah, I can do Alsatian. Puppies. What? Puppies? You said puppies? Show me puppies. And she sent me a picture of 2 puppies, and I went, and I looked at them, and I knew, even though the pictures were, I could transfer them to my PC. Actually, let me do that, so if I can find them. Hang on. Because nothing is more cute than puppy pictures. Let's truly be honest. So I'm sure you would love to see some puppy pictures. And if you don't, why not? They're puppies. Okay. Somewhere in here will be the original pictures. Hang on. There they are. I need to select that and that. I need to email it to myself because I don't think I can't airdrop to my PC because it's not a Mac. So let me mail them to myself. There you go. You didn't ask me how big, which usually means you didn't do it. Thinking about it. Let me open up my mail program again. Yeah. Because we did a bit of this earlier. So I tend to have it shut while I'm streaming so it doesn't go bing, 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 bing in my ear roll, as these inevitable things do. So let me do the annoying thing. Okay. Let's do this one. Right, so let me go to downloads. Okay. Open this one. With paint. So Get your oars ready, and I do mean this genuinely. Oh, that's a different version of paint. Hang on, apparently I've got other copies of paint open. Let me kill that one then. No, I don't need to save that one because that was Rory sleeping. Right, ready? Here was picture number 1. And obviously, look at that little face. Look at the cutie pie that is Pup, right? Then, no, downloads. This was cutie pie number 2. And frankly, obscenely cute. Now, the 2 things you will notice from this is they are lying on somebody's arm. So if I said to you that from these pictures, I realised that the little black one was a boy, the little brown one was a girl. And I wrote back to the lady and I went, they're brother and sister, right? And she went, yes. And I went, and she kind of went, how did you know it was male and female? And I went, the little black one's a boy. And she went, yeah. And I went, yeah. Can I have both? And she went, yes. So, I now have Rory and Amy, who are best shown here. For this is when they are at their best behaviour. Sleeping is the most immaculately behaved dog. Other than that, maybe not quite so much. But I love them very much. But quite weirdly, so I named them Rory and Amy from those pictures, right? Rory is a little nurse. So if you think, for those who follow the more recent Doctor Who's, Rory Williams is a nurse. Or at least he is at the beginning. It kind of disappears after that, but never mind. Rory is a nurse. Whenever I am ill, it is Rory who spends time with me, and he will not leave my side, and he likes to check that I'm okay. He is a great little nurse, which is kind of even more funny to me, just because he has no idea that he is named after a fictitious nurse called Rory. She's a little crackhead. So... It is. He is a very good little soldier. He doesn't bother to make any noise because she does all of that. He occasionally breaks out in noise, but it is quite unusual. But he is well behaved. He asks permission before doing things, whereas she just leaps in your face like a face hugger from Aliens. No, she literally does. She'll be sitting on the floor and you'll kind of go, hello, poof, and now you have a dog wrapped around your head. And 20 kilos doing that is not the most comfortable thing to have, because they are kind of muscly, and it is 20 kilos of solid lump that whacks you in the head and tries to give you whiplash. The other thing, of course, that they both love to do is lick my face. Now, I'm okay with that. I know not everyone shares this desire. I mean, I don't necessarily encourage it, but I also don't refuse it, because it's their way of showing how they feel, so I let them do it. But it can be a little much when both of them are licking at the same time and there's no oxygen getting in. I do struggle with that somewhat. This is not how nature intended me to be. So, sorry, I need to turn my pillow around again, because we're now on triangle number 3. And of course, you're all too short to be any more out of the way than you are. Well, this is the thing. I do like occasional bits of oxygen. And I remember one time, it made me laugh so much. And you could see in their faces, why is she making funny noises? what's she doing? And so, of course, then they were licking me even more because they were trying to work out if I was all right. You know, I must be bad. I must need help. I'm whimpering or something, right? And they were going absolutely mental. I couldn't breathe, and it was, yeah, it dissolved into chaos. We have ads in 2 minutes, by the way. I need to do something with these bobbins. I don't really want to make them longer, though. Well, and that was the problem, is the more they licked, the more I laughed. So the more I laughed, the more they licked. It was kind of one of those. Many years ago, I used to play a text-based game, and I'd got hold of a copy of Dragon Naturally Speaking. And I was experimenting with the kind of like, say hello. And so it would type, say hello, right? And my character would go, hello, right? Really. Anyway, the problem was, occasionally it would really make up some funny words. And I would laugh. And then it would turn those laughters into other words. And it boiled down to the point. It boiled down to the point that a girl I was talking to, I told her what I was doing and that this is what was happening. AI's come on a lot since then. Let's be fair to it. But I explained to her that this was Dragon Naturally Speaking doing this, and that I was going to let it rip, and I was not going to fix what it had typed in. And we ended up laughing like we'd each had like 20 litres of vodka because it was hysterical. And the more I laughed, the more, of course, it put up on the screen. And it was just, yeah, you couldn't have made that stuff up. It was properly funny. And, well, let's just say AI has improved significantly because Siri doesn't make that much of a mistake over it. Although I'm not sure how well it handles laughter. I really do need more space. I know what I can do, peoples. I know what I can do. I get to do my favourite thing. Oh, ads. You do that and I'll do this. Where's my pin pusher? Let's do some pin pushing. You. Want to keep you. There's a few extra pins getting a push at the moment, but that's okay. We can cope with that for the moment. And then what we can do is we can go yoink. 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 You do not need to come out. Yoink! You take out loads of these. And then there'll be more room for the bobbins. You can come out because you don't need to be in there. We can yank out some more of you. Some more of you. And some more of you. Some more of you. Yank. Yank. You. Now. Pull you out. Push you down a bit to make sure you don't catch too much. extra one. You can come out. Okay. You two are extra. Yoink. And don't use you. Oops. Or you. Sure, I threw someone on the floor a minute ago. Yes, there you are. See you. Okay. Right. And you can come out. I'm being a little bit pedantic, but why not? It's an ad break. So, we have pulled out all the pins from the first triangle, which I pulled out ball, and now I can lay these directly across and gain more space. Look, hurrah! Gain a bit more space. Some of you are still attached around pins that you are not related to. Out. I need a sticker poking. Sticker poking. Out of there. There you go. Now you can all lie a bit more flat. There, you see. Far better. And then you can go around like this. And that gives me a bit more space. Okay. So, now we do is it you? I need to check actually. So, no, it's you next. Yes. Did you all come back from the ads? Are you all successfully alive again? I took out some pins so that we could push the bobbins over the top of the first triangle, so to give us a little bit more space. Because that's a thing. And this is the tiniest test square that I could make with all of the relevant parts, so. And Rory, you are back where you were. Remember I had backache earlier because I had dog in the way and it made me sit funny? Guess where Rory's sitting? Yes. Thanks for that, Rory. Love you too. Never mind. So, I am determined to finish this square, even if it will kill me. Right now, it feels like it could kill me. So for those of you who haven't been before, I try and stream every day. Today is the only day I guarantee absolutely a specific time frame, which starts at 2 o'clock my time, which was 5 hours and 38 minutes ago. But normally I do try and stream every day because clearly my little squares, taking around 58 hours per square, are not going to do themselves. Much as it would be nice if the, kind of like magical elves would visit overnight and do my square to an extent, they don't, and so I have to do it. And obviously I hold down a full-time job, so this limits the amount of time that I have. Now in December I have a lot of time off, which is going to be really popular when someone finds out, but it got agreed, so by me. I will go home on the Thursday. I think it's the 4th of December. Hang on, let me check what time it is. I think it's the 4th of December. I don't know because it's not got days of the week on it. No, Thursday the 5th of December. I will go home at about 4 o'clock. And that'll be me done till January. So when someone wakes up and realises that, I'm sure someone's not going to be overly pleased. But you signed it off, love, so can't argue. And well, I'm going to take my holiday because we're not allowed to carry it over. So shame. Anyway, during that time, I hope to do considerably more work on my squares because I will have not done a day's work. I can get up later. I can also stream later. So the plan will be to hopefully start at kind of 7 o'clock in the evening our time. So that's an hour ago. Start, or well, except for Fridays, obviously. But maybe do 2 blocks. So I do an afternoon and an evening shift. Because as I say, I really do want to do this. It's not that I want to get it over and done with, but at the same time, I like to see it grow. And obviously, the more of it I do, the more of it grows. So that is distinctly a thing. Plus, of course, it would be a real stupid thing to have most of December off and then get to January the 1st and have done like 2 hours of it, right? Let's not be doing that. That would be a missed opportunity, and it's not like I've got better things to do. I don't have family to visit for Christmas or anything, so I can, may even find I do Christmas Day streams because, well, I've got nothing better to do other than eating Christmas dinner, which I have ordered, of course, because I will have Tesco's bring me it. But it is, it is. I'm determined to make good headway with it. So I am going to be around a lot, and if you would like to see how I get on, or as I say, I'm trying to stream every day, but I also post the videos up on YouTube, so that should you miss some, you can go and view them. They are available for a bit on Twitch, but they are all up and they're going to stay up as far as I'm concerned, unless someone, can find a legal reason not to, which should be difficult because I've got no copyright music or anything, so they should be good. I expect them to stay up forever on YouTube, so you can follow along and keep an eye on how it's going. I also post once the videos have uploaded. I also post to Instagram, Threads, and Blue Sky for those who are really hip and cool. To say my videos are now available to watch from today. Here's how we did, kind of thing. So those posts do include the kind of final result picture rather than the where I started picture. This is partly deliberate, so that if you wanted to see a particular portion, you can look and see, well, the last one was here, this one's here, it will be in this video. I know you could do it technically the other way around, but it just seems nicer. Like, so for example, today's video will likely have the end of triangle picture, and with any luck, a picture of this square as optional, as a thing in the corner, because of course we are spending time making it, so it all counts. So yes, so if you wish to keep an eye on that, my links are all in the bio thing on Twitch, so you can find me. And you are a little bit more confused than I thought you were. Yep, you two are a pair. So yes, you can keep an eye on me and follow me. As I say, I stream most days, so if you follow, you'll get a notification saying when I go live. It's usually in the evening time during the week, and the afternoon at the weekend. except for the 28th, because on the 28th I shall be playing a game that I am looking forward to, and it is most important to me. So I might stream it, but it will not be a lace crafty kind of video. It will be me killing things and finding bugs and being an ogre and sitting on things, or threatening to sit on things. And if that kid doesn't stop asking for people to buy it, to sell him certain items that he can use for crafting, I may go and sit on his head. Because if he... Yeah, exactly. Ogre things are good. I have a number of ogres, although apparently our characters are not going to be available for this particular test, so I will make new ogre things. That's fine. I am adept at making ogres, for we have done many tests and there have been many ogres. They're all called Liz Biscuits, and then like 1, 2, 3, or, you know, kind of War, Shah, Clur, you know, because I am just so fundamentally original. God help me, I actually had a brain. This doesn't feel right. This can't be the right pair. Okay, so 1, 2, I have an extra pair. How do I have? That's because I haven't finished this one. That's my douche, right? So yes, ogre things. I have a lot of fun in it. I'm not so sure how much of a spectator sport it is, because I am the first to admit that many things are great fun to do, not quite so much fun to watch. As I'm sure you're finding with this, that watching me play clickety-clackety bobbins is kind of interesting, but not exactly a, hey, I could watch a 24-hour stream of this level kind of deal. And don't worry, I kind of understand. It is a I think, even to be honest, even as a lace maker, I'm not sure I would watch. So, for example, I've been streaming for 5 hours 46 minutes. I probably wouldn't watch all of the stream. I would dip in and out. I would return and check upon, but I'm not sure I would watch. I'd probably have it on in the background if I was doing something else. So, for example, if I was doing some lace making, I might have it on in the background. But I'm not sure I could just sit and watch it like a TV show sort of thing. It's not. While I try to be kind of chatty and interesting, I realise how much I fail at that on many occasions, especially with my voice, because my voice sounds like someone who should call a hotline for suicidal victims. So that's really not, you know, I do not have a cheery voice, and my accent really doesn't help. Obviously, when I speak here, I listen to myself, and although I've got funny hearing, and so I hear myself more naturally, I don't hear the internal sounds, I hear the external sounds. I still listen to myself and I sound terrible. I mean, I know we all say that. Oh my, you know, I sound so awful when I'm recorded, blah, 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 blah. Well, I do, because I do. But at the same time, I'm not actually necessarily any worse than anyone else, but I am used to hearing... Really? You strange individual, you. I know I've known you for a fair few years now, but... Dude! Tenchi! Oh, my man. I mean, I love you to pieces, but... Dude! Really? Oh, my accent is possibly the worst thing about me. In part because everyone always gets where I'm from wrong. Because, first of all, I am not New Zealand. I am also not London. So, And to be fair, it is a more London accent, but I'm neither. So good luck with that. Whatever you guessed, you are going to be wrong, unless you already know the answer, kind of thing. I do pick up accents, so if I speak to people with other accents, that's great, because then I borrow theirs for a little bit. And I need to have a stick of poking again. Hang on. Where's my stick of poking gone? There's a stick of poking. Because some of you are not where you should be. So, for example, you are around that pin. And your friend here is all the way over there. Right. Keeps kind of poking. So, but every time I've listened to myself, I sound like a half-strangled cat. And all of the things that I thought would sound nice, all of the things that made me laugh, make me cringe when I listen to it back. And it just, it could make me cry. So, personally, you know, if you find enjoyment out of it, I'm really happy for you. I'm not quite sure where you found it, but I'm happy for you. But I do appreciate people to talk to, because one of the things that I have noticed when I do this is it is kind of weird talking to yourself. And when you don't know somebody's there, when you can't be sure that someone's listening, and that there's no point asking any form of... I'm going to have to put this at a slight angle. Sorry, guys. I realise how tricky that is for anyone who's got any form of OCD or otherwise. Let me see if I can make it look slightly less cack. Let me move my table over a little bit so I can move this over a little bit so it fills up a bit more of the screen. Because this way around it can fill up the screen. I want you guys to be happy, and I fear that listening to me prattle on, because it's not like I can give you the history of lace while you do it, right? So I do fear that this is not entertaining. When my videos come, which should be tomorrow, when my videos come, I hope that they contain some histories of some of the various lace types, and I can maybe talk to you about them, and at some point we will try some aspects from them. So I was just counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that's correct. So from that point of view, you know, I mean, like today, I spent the extra time I had off stream today winding these bobbins, printing out the chart, because originally the chart came out too big, because despite telling it to print it at 2.5mm, it did not. And it said it did, but it did not. And irritations and all of that kind of stuff. So, you know, I'm limited, you know, because obviously I work, I'm limited with the spare time I have, and I spent it prepping so I could make this square. Because, well, we really want to know what happens when we get there, right? But at the same time, oh, you're far too long now, aren't you? Just typical bobbin. I just want it to be entertaining, but at the same time, I don't know how to be entertaining without feedback. So I can talk to people about random things. So like Naughty Cat and I were talking about knots earlier, and you know, it helps because it gives a subject, even if it's not entirely, I don't know, let's call it lace making subject. Having something to talk about, someone to talk with, does make it considerably easier. At least for me. I know that there are people who are really great at kind of public speaking, and I'm not one of them. And I'm not a people person, so public speaking is like my worst nightmare. And arguably, that's what this is. I mean, to an extent, It's like, you know, being live on TV sort of thing, is knowing that there are potentially people out there watching you, whether you like it or not. Thank you, Rory. Oh, nothing sighs more than a dog over hard life. You've had your dinner. You don't want to tilt, do you miserable tailor? The one direction I want you to tilt and you're not in the mood. Normally this thing tilts at the drop of a hat. But it's not going to, and if I force it, it's going to catapult into my lap, so I'm not going to force it to. But it's not ideal at the moment. And I don't know why, because it's kind of really feels like it's leaning away from me. Feels that that would be level, so that is distinctly. Put my hand on here. Not on it. Where's the stick? There's a stick around here somewhere. There it is. No, can't move the stick either. Typical. Hang on a sec, let me bash it. There we go. The reason it wouldn't turn is because it could do that, but not. It couldn't go backwards and forwards. It could only do side to side, and it's because I've managed to twist it. So there we go. All sorted now. A bit of bashing and poking has sorted that out. So yes, I'm definitely up to hear what people would like to hear or see. Now it's all winking the other way. So I definitely would love to hear I would love some feedback on improvements that I could maybe do. Other than shut up, that I realise that's a potential option. Although that one's a bit harder, I think. See, this isn't right either. That's because you are one of you. You also need to join the excitement and come in this way. So you get under. There. But I don't remember there being two pairs there before. Oh, hell's teeth, what is wrong with the world? There was only one pair there before. Did I miss a hole? Doesn't look like it. But oh, I see what it is. Rory, it's all your fault. It is. It is your fault, my friend. It is. Don't pretend it's not. It is your fault. Because in all the faffing around, you know what we forgot to do, don't you, Rory? And you're sitting there. You're as much to fault as I am. You're sitting there. Don't pretend that you didn't notice, because your nose is right on the end of it. How can you not have noticed? You should have said so. You really, really should. We didn't add a pair here, did we? That's why there's an extra pair. Because we didn't do the right thing. Last time we had too many bobbins. This time we didn't have enough bobbins. See, not being much of a helper, are you, Rory? No. It's really not kind of making this work, is it? No. See, now it works. Clever, huh? Right. Oh, backache. So, you are done. You are arguably done. Well, that's not true. I could go back and do one more. Yeah, I could do one more going to the inside, bring you to the inside. We'll do that. Like that. Now you all go over there, and you can go in there and round like that, so you're all out the way. You two need one of those, and you should already be magically done. Yay! It all lines up. Imagine if the real triangles and squares took this little time to do. That'd be quite well. Actually, I think if they took this little time to do, it would be done in kind of like a couple of weeks. And you wouldn't appreciate it as I wouldn't appreciate it as much, because it wouldn't be such a labour of love. I mean, even if at the end of it I don't like it, I'm still going to like it because the amount of time I put into it. And I like the square as individual squares, so in theory I'm going to love it, you know, when I pile a few of them together. So I do hope. But there is always the fear. There is always the risk that I'll finish it and go, oh, look shit. Well, put it up for sale on eBay or something. No one will buy it at a decent rate, that's for sure. Not for the number of hours that it took to make. I guess you could put it up for a stupid figure and at least say, here are all the hours of me cursing making it. You know, this is why I've asked for, you know, a couple of £1,000 for it. Is that's how long, you know, it took 1,000 hours. This is not an unrealistic amount of money. In fact, this is still quite lenient in joy, you know. But of course, this is why lacework was meant. It was always a rich person's folly was because, well, only they could afford people to actually do it. But of course they paid the poor people next to nothing to do it, so... But it didn't cost half as much as it probably should have done, but you know how it is. How are you? Well, that's not right. Thank you for that, Rory. That's not the right pin to be pulling up. Let's pull you out. So, you come from there, that's right, you come from there. They're both right, so that's that. You go in there, you now twist. You go in there, you, your thing from there, and do that. Not too long. Can you stop, Rory? It's right in my ear. You feel sick, go bath in the garden. Okay? Out of it. Oh, dear me. Pull back, pull back. Right. And finally, the last 4 bobbins. Let's have a bit of go. So Friday, the weekend is beginning for most of us, in some shape or form. It is, after all, the best day of the week, for the weekend is all before you and not after you, with Sunday being the worst because tomorrow is Monday. You're all a little short, but I haven't exactly got a lot of room to make you a lot longer. Because we are at that point of the qualification. Make you a bit longer though. Do-do-do. So, all tidy. Thing in the middle. Don't need you. concern right now is when I get to the end of the square. I remember from last square how much my back hurt trying to complete the square by trying to sew all the ends in. My back became really quite painful from haunching over, and I'm already in significant discomfort. Pain is not technically the right word for it, although it is pain. It's not, you know, it's not kind of pain, it's just really uncomfortable and making me grumpy. Hey, hello, I'm always grumpy. But yeah, I am just a little bit concerned that it's you know, when I get to the end of the square, that I really shouldn't at this point be doing the sewing thing, and that maybe I should do it tomorrow. But then you see, it's all kind of tied into, you know, waiting and all the rest of it, and so I don't really kind of want to do it tomorrow. I kind of want to do it today, and we continue on with the real triangle tomorrow and do like clever and happy stuff. So from that point of view, kind of feeling a little between a rock and a hard place, because if I leave it till tomorrow, it's interrupting good triangle time. No, I do. Ow! That was the sharp end. Sorry if you were half snoozing through that. Is there any problem with pins? See? Hole in this. The inside is leaking out. Not at a great rate, you understand, but still, that's the inside Liz. Inside Liz should, well, be on the inside. And the nasty pin has made it come out. So I'm definitely glad I bought these bobbins. They're just not really for flat pillow work of any size, but they are really nice in the hand. They're definitely good bobbins for that. Some of them are a little bit jaggedy, suggesting these don't have lacquer on. This one especially is quite a kind of rough one. Haven't really got any way to demonstrate it, but it is quite rough to the touch. So Hence there's little tiny, these are splinters. That's what actually this stuff is it's the little splinters coming off the wood. I mean, they don't feel polished. They do feel like they've got some kind of thin, varnishy, lacquery thing on them, but clearly not like some where it's kind of almost a plexicoat kind of level of problem, that you feel almost like the thick plastic all over it. It is very much a very, very thin coat of something, but it's definitely got a thin coat of something on it. So you get up, you get pinned. Dealt with. Pinned. Thank you, Rory. There is nothing there. I have not ordered any food. And I am well aware it is nearly 8:30. Believe me, dog. I think I'm going to finish this triangle today. Yeah, because we are very near the finishing of the triangle. And it's not like it will take particularly long to finish the triangle. And then we will call it a day, because 6.5 hours or so will be plenty of stream to upload. It will take my computer 16 years to do that. But I am getting the serious munchies now. I did have a snack before we started, but it was only a little snack. I regret only having a little snack. I should have pigged out. But we will finish this tomorrow. So, if you're interested in finding out how this goes on, you're going to have to come back tomorrow. It's just no excuse. I will not accept tardy notes. You will have to come back tomorrow. It's just how it's going to be. I had hoped I would complete this today. But like everything, sometimes it takes more time than you give it credit for. And clearly, you know, even this has taken a good few hours to do. I mean, it's kind of mug rug centre piece sized square. I mean, it's not exactly big, is it? But it's still taken us quite a while. Then I've made a couple of mistakes. Well, hello, I'm human. But I have kind of been doing this, and it's just taken this much time. So it is what it is. As I said, I had hoped it wouldn't take quite this long. I had hoped that I would be kind of finishing the square about now, and that, you know, I'd stick it out to do the sewing in. But I also think it would be slightly kinder for my back if it wasn't already in a spasm before we start. So that could definitely be a bonus for leaving it for tomorrow. It's just a shame it's not finished today. I just realised I don't think I twisted the last pair. Never mind. The world will not fail to operate because I didn't twist a pair of bobbins. Really won't. And for those who don't understand, when you change between stitches, it is normal to twist the pair, well, to have a twist on the pair. Sometimes they're already pre-twisted, depending on the stitch that they're coming from. And coming from cloth stitch, the answer is no, they're not. Well, if you don't twist them, you then end up with parallel lines of the thread joining over to the next bit. So it's not that it's wrong, but like everything, it is a matter of being consistent. And normally I do, because you're supposed to, because that's how it's supposed to work. So the fact that I missed one, it will show if you look really hard, because there's quite a few of those in square number 1. Even though I swear I tried really hard to make sure they're all twisted. Apparently I failed. It's like casting on knitting and crochet. You count it 6 times and each time you get a different number. I swear I checked all of the bobbins were twisted, but apparently I managed not to, so not quite sure how that happened, but there we go. But we will do the other bit of triangle. I might even finish the triangle off stream, because to be honest, it is not the most important thing for you to watch. The important part is the sewing in, and for us to decide whether we think it looks better or worse. So obviously the more of you there are on the stream, the better it is, because, well, I can ask more people the question and get an answer. Because obviously I'm indecisive. I'm not good at making decisions. So it helps if I've got someone else to ask. So you're all expected to be back tomorrow afternoon to decide whether or not, when I finish sewing it, if it looks better than the square or not. I mean, other than it's green, so it will look a little bit like piss green. I mean, seriously, I've never seen a more pus coloured green in my life. It is spot on pus green. Hence using it for trial, because, well, it's not exactly going to be a net curtain now, is it? Hey, what colour's your net curtain? Pus green. Yeah, no. Said no one ever. You wouldn't even really want a pus green bookmark, you know? It's one of those colours of the, why would you make that colour? Why would you have pus green as a colour? I don't think it's called pus green. I think it's got just a number. But it is pus green. What we will do to make the most of the time that you have and make the most of you is we will also de-pin that second triangle now. So I need to twist it around a bit and press the pins in. Because of course I can't see them. I seem to have a terrible spatial awareness when it comes to where pins are in relation to other pins. I'm not very good at being sure if they're in a row or not. So the easier answer is to press them, and if they're wrong, pull them out later. So we can pull. She says just checking, just to be sure. Can't see. Problem is it's quite a long pillow diagonally. So, okay, there are a few extra ones in this corner. I'm slightly over keen on this corner. Let's pull some of you up then. Like that. Right. There we go. So, we can unpin this triangle. For we are done with this triangle. You can actually hear the pillow fighting against the pulling of the pins. These pins have definitely got way more grab on them, because they're just that little bit bigger. They also don't bend because I hold them. So this is a good thing. There we go. Right, 2 more. There you go. Take you out. Oop, one pin took a dive for the floor. Find that in a minute. But there you go. Well, whatever I did there was complete and utter balls by the looks of it. That is not a rose ground. I don't know what the hell happened there. But never mind. Such is life. It is only a test square. But it is. It is there. It's just, it is right. They're all 4 are there. There we go. Anyway, let's cover this up. Get my cloths. Oh, I need a pretty picture, don't we? We need a pretty picture. Rory, get off me. So, let's take a picture of this. Let's clean the camera yet again because I seem to have put my fingers all over it. There we go. There we go. Now we can make a picture for fun now. Somehow. We will... Rory, get out of it for a minute. Cover this up with heavy cloth and my favourite brown cloth because I still haven't done anything about it. And we will come back for that tomorrow and discover that the dogs have knocked it off and I've had a nightmare, which is quite likely. Actually, on that regard, I'm going to try and pin it down a little bit. So should it get knocked off, there is more of a chance that it will stay on the... bobbins will stay. There we go. Right. Thank you all for coming today. Let me see if I can find somebody to raid to pass you on to. Let's have a look. Well, I could send you to the Monsters Memory people, or I can send you over here. Now the problem is when I do this, I can't hear it. So forgive me one moment because OBS eats my audio when I do this. So let me do a strange thing, which is go to Twitch. Take care. Let me see. Can't spell her name. Of course. Invalid username. Thanks for that. Why is it you can't copy people's names? Let's go there, grab that, go there, do this. There we go. Oh. I don't think that's a bad thing. We can't do that anyway, apparently. Yes, I can. don't know if didn't it didn't seem to send anybody. So speak to you later, guys.